Audio test for Planning Committee, 5th of May 2021 at 4 p.m. Audio test for Planning Committee, 5th of May.
done, please?
Yes, Chair, that's the live stream started now.
Thank you, Danny. And members, you're very welcome back to this afternoon's meeting of the Plan Regulatory Services Committee for the month of May. And just before we start, I have a short statement to read out. Members of the public are advised that due to the current COVID-19 restrictions and subsequent legislation, council meetings now have to be held remotely. As a result, the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee is being held virtually via the remote platform Zoom and has been live streamed on YouTube to comply with public access requirements. Audio recording has also been used to assist in the preparing of the formal minutes. By participating in this meeting, you consent to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are members of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee, of planning officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused, or deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. Okay, members, first up is Appendix 1. This is application number LA08/2020/0785/0. And members will remember this application was with us last month. So I'd ask Liam McCrum, Senior Planning Officer, to take us through this report and PowerPoint presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. This application is a site for the proposed erection of an infill dwelling and detached garage on lands at Mossbank Road, Portadown. Members will have had sight of the two addendums produced by officers since last month's deferral. It is taken that members have read each of the addendums in detail, and this is only a brief reminder of what is contained in each. In the first addendum, members have been provided with a chronology of the planning approvals associated with planning approval LA08/2020/0849F as requested by members at last month's meeting. This addendum sets out in some detail the rationale behind planning approval N2011-04780 and every approval that followed on site thereafter. Members are advised that officers' position has not changed since last month's meeting, in that a live planning permission existed on the application site and a fallback position for the applicant, and that this was given determining weight as a material planning consideration of approval LA08/2020/0849F. A map illustrating the distance between the current application site and LA08/2020/0849 at approximately 1.4 km has been provided in officers' PowerPoint presentation as requested by members. The first addendum makes reference to the failure of the applicant to provide the appeal reference at last month's meeting. This appeal has subsequently been provided on Monday of this week for officers to review. Members will be aware from the addendum that the policy context on which the decision in this appeal was made was not based on the SPPS or PPS 21, but PPS 4 due to it being in an urban context. This appeal is not relevant to the development of the application site before members, due to the application site being in the open countryside where the SPPS and PPS 21 provide the relevant policy context. In the second addendum, officers have considered a written submission by Mr. Ford, who's the supporter, and a written submission by CDA-NI, the appointed agents. Members will note the points made by Mr. Ford and officers' consideration of each as detailed in the addendum. I do not intend to regurgitate the text again, but I'm happy to take any members' questions on the points raised or officers' questions and considerations of each. The second addendum provides officers consideration of each of the 7 appendices submitted by CDA-NI in support of the application. Members are advised that officers' addendum fully considers each appendix in some detail and provides a rationale as to why each appendix is not considered to be material relevant or sitting on force with the current application. At last month's meeting, officers made reference to a number of PSC decisions on when a building is considered to have a frontage onto the road for the purposes of compliance with policy CTY 8. In PSC decisions 2018, A003 is a typo there. It should be A0063, 2018 A0064, and 2017 A024. Members are advised that the consistent position of the PSC on this aspect of policy interpretation is set out in some detail. In each appeal decision, the Commissioner accepted that a building will only have a frontage onto the road if the plot on which it stands abuts or shares a boundary with that road. Whilst an access point meets the public road, if the residential curtilage, as in the case before members, is set back approximately 100 metres from the road, then that dwelling will have no frontage to the road. This is the established policy interpretation of the PSC and has been consistently applied by officers since transfer to planning to council. At the request of CDA&I, the annotated maps submitted on Monday to officers for consideration have been included in officers' PowerPoint for ease of reference to members. Officers are recommending refusal for the reasons set out in the initial report. I'll just take you through the PowerPoint just to refamiliarize yourselves again. Yep, just the site location within the general area. This is an aerial view of our site. Site location plan. This is a concept plan submitted for information only by the applicants. Next slide, please. This is just a view of the site. Again, another view of the site. And another view of the site. Same again, another view of the site. This is just a view across the frontage. So this is the view of the open field adjacent to the site. These are the separate clusters identified by officers. This is a view of one cluster from the road frontage. This is a visual of the cluster from the road frontage. And a cluster from the entrance to the focal building. This is the view of the other cluster from the road frontage. And a view across both clusters, noting the separation distance. And again, just the demarcation with the annotated arrows. This is just a view of both clusters coming the other direction. An annotated map of the separate clusters. You can see the separation distances and our site annotated in the map. And again, just separate clusters with the aerial view. This is just our building on tradition extracts, which basically show when sites are likely to comply with policy CTY2A and when they're not. Next slide, please. Same thing again. And again. This is the site location plan of the application that was referenced by the applicant and the agents at last month's meeting. You can see it's on Mossbank Road. Here is a map showing the top arrow, and it is showing the context of LAO 8 2020-0849, and the bottom arrow shows our application site. They're approximately 1.4 kilometers apart. These are the images supplied by the agent in the submission that they made to officers on Monday. Essentially, the first one there is an image of, well, it's not actually, it's been annotated wrong by the applicant. The outline approval in N 2011-0478 would only been approved as a red line, and that has been annotated by officers. The second one is the visual aid of the contextual layout provided in the context of the application before members for consideration. Next slide, please, Ruth. These are images supplied by the agent of a site in Newry, which I have dealt with in quite a fair bit of detail in the context of the addendum as submitted. Basically, in that instance, the Commissioner accepted that the building did have a frontage onto the road because of the historical approval on the site and a verbal testimony from the appellant at the appeal hearing, none of which are current with the application before members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liam. Members, only the following members are able to consider this application: Alderman Anderson, Alderman Twible, Alderman Wilson, Councillors Duffy, McLennan, McGeown, McNally, Nicholson and Toman. Could I ask any members that isn't eligible to consider this application to please turn off their camera and make sure their microphone is on mute, please? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, members, and as Liam alluded to, there was a number of addendum reports which you all would have received before today. So, members, with us today, we have Mr. Neil Cornett from CDA NI, and Neil is the agent. And we have Mr. Graham Ford also to make a representation in support of the application. Gentlemen, you're very welcome back to this monthly meeting of the Plan and Regulatory Services Committee. Just the same as last month, you will have 3 minutes between you. The clock should appear on your screen anytime now, and it won't start until you begin to speak. Okay, members, in your own time, or gentlemen, in your own time.
Good afternoon. Neil Cornett speaking. From the information in the presentation that Mr. McCrum presented, I feel that it is not a clear, in my view, a clear aspiration of what we've got in front of us. You'll see it from our report that I have provided. The relevant documentation, I'm going through that on the various extracts from the planning reports, both on the Mossbank Road and also of the application referred to in the Newry and Down situation. There's quite a few characteristics that you'll notice from both image 1 and image 2, in that at the previous meeting we talked about laneways and bookends and whatever. You'll clearly see that the image that would have been accompanying the application in Mossbank Road, it had the laneway which we currently have at our situation. We have a property setback off the road, which again is characteristics. You have existing dwellings fronting the Moss Road, and then you have the gap site, which again is the characteristics of our own. This was only due to the point where I wanted to raise the context and the relevance between one site and the other. Mr. McCrum refers to 1.4, 1.5 kilometres distance between the two, but you will see that from previous abstracts of planning appeals, it talks about formalities, and it also states about consistencies. And what the relevance of the planning appeals was more to draw to the point where we felt that this application needed to be assessed fairly and accurately and dealt with in the same aspects of CTY 21, CTY 8. We also made reference to other applications, namely the one in Newry and Mourne. This was an application for, again, under PPS 21 CTY 8, and again overturned at an appeal where the planning report was deemed unfair. So in that aspect, I would like to just have the committee assess the situation, assess the information provided, and draw the similarities that we have in both cases. That's the end of my report. Thank you.
I'd like to draw the council's attention to the permission which has already been granted, de facto, the verbal confirmation, the written confirmation on the portal, which has been removed and changed, which is illegal.
Sorry, Mr. Ford, the time has run up there. Okay, members, we'll move to members' questions. So if members has any questions for Liam, Neil or Graham, now's the time. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's just going on to that. I suppose for Neil or Mr. Ford, going down to that. I know Liam had raised it in terms of is the reference number then not correct in that in terms of how it's noted? With that 047801, and is that the layout as it stands at the minute on the ground, or is there some dispute as to how that looks? I know Liam had talked about something about the red line around it, or he had raised some issue with it, so I'd appreciate clarity on the validity of that image, both from Mr. Cornett's perspective and also from Neil's perspective. He talked about, Liam talked about it not being denoted properly, so just to get a wee bit of clarity on that.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. So we'll start with Mr. Cornett then.
Well, my clarification of it is just to answer that query. N 2011-0478/0 is the same application as and the same application under N 2014-0532 RM. It's the same application under LA 2016-1038F, and also again LA 2020-0849F. That is simply an extraction from the file under that, and it's highlighting more accurately the site layout, which follows the same characteristics as we provided under image 2 for consultative purposes. So it was only to draw relevance. So it is the same application, although it may be the wrong planning reference, but the 4 applications are to the same site that's outlined in red. That would be my clarification of the situation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cornett. And Liam, I think you wanted to hear something from Liam's response to that, Jeff?
Yeah, Alderman Wilson, the point I was making was that the reference number was wrong. The reference number is an outline planning permission, and on an outline planning permission, we only approve a red line. The subsequent applications that followed, the reserve matters and the subsequent full applications would have considered details of design and location and layout and all that sort of thing. But the first application that was quoted by Mr. Cornett in his maps that were forwarded to us was factually incorrect, because all we had approved in that instance in the outline application was a red line. That's just the point I was making.
Thanks, Liam. Alderman Wilson, are you content, or have you a follow-up question there? I don't know if your hand's up from the first time, or did it go back up? Sorry.
Yeah, no, it went back up, and thanks very much, Chairman. So it's just based on that. Am I right in saying on the ground that image listed, maybe albeit wrongly, as 04780? Is that how ultimately the house currently looks on the ground, with the 2 dwellings to the right, I take it, and the long L-shaped building to the left rear of the property? And with that being the case, if that's the case, if that's how it looks, and if that's how it was approved in subsequent full plan on approval situation, what was the basis of that approval? Was it under an infill, or was it historically under a different policy point? I just want to try and, I'm wrestling here with the fact that the current application is taking on an infill argument. The previous one we're looking at here under that 04780 denotation, is it under a different policy, or is it an argument around infill as well, just to be clear in my own head?
Liam?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite clearly set out in the report, Alderman Wilson, as to what officers' consideration of this is. What we have detailed is that the 2011 approval was granted under the premise of an infill dwelling. That was the assessment of officers back in 2011 by the then DOE. That position has evolved since then. And I suppose the position of the Planning Appeals Commission and officers on how we assess infill applications has evolved since that initial policy came out in 2010. The first assessment of the application, yes, was assessed on an infill, but the differentiation between every application that was thereafter approved was on the premise that there was a live planning permission at every point that a decision was taken, and that represented a fallback position for the applicant, of which was given material weight, substantive material weight, in determination of the subsequent applications.
Thank you, Liam. Next up with Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks everybody for your presentation. Liam, my question kind of half answered it there. Obviously, I understand the sort of, obviously in the outline there's a red line. So are you saying that in relation to that reference LOA 2020-0849F, which is the images on slide number 29, that was approved under a different policy than PPS 21?
No,
Graham?
no, the same policy was applicable. What I've clearly stated in the report is that the 2011 planning permission that was granted by the DOE was the policy consideration that was being applied at that point in time. That position has changed substantially since that point in time and since the council came into being in 2015 and indeed subsequent PSC decisions. Every decision we have taken as a council since then has been based on the premise that a dwelling will only have a frontage onto a road if its curtilage abuts or, runs parallel to that road. That's not the case here. In the 2011 assessment provided by that officer, that was considered to be acceptable because that's how applications were being considered back then. But subsequent to that, the position has evolved both with ourselves and the PSC, and that every PSC decision that I've referenced there in the reports that have been provided is quite clear. There's no ambiguity in this approach at all.
No, I understand, but I just wanted clarification that was still under PPS 21.
They're all, well, the PPS 21, every application was considered under PPS 21.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Toman?
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Ford had, before he ran out of time, he was speaking about that he received confirmation of approval. I've looked through the addendum report, and the council officers have asked for this evidence from Mr. Ford, and he's repeatedly hasn't provided it. So can I just ask why that hasn't been provided? And can I ask Liam, was verbal confirmation provided previously? Just some clarity, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Toman. I'll let Mr. Ford answer that question.
Yeah, thank you for coming back in, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, late in November last year, Neil was given verbal confirmation that this site was passed. Now, I actually rang up and I was given confirmation that was passed. Plus, if you'll notice, I've taken a picture, and I apologise for the quality of the picture, and it's taken directly from the Northern Ireland portal site belonging to the DFI. And if you notice, it says my reference number, and I just put it up so you can read it, going down, and you have, and I'll highlight the position, the reference number, and permission granted onto the portal. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
What I'm saying is, legal advice that I have sought tells me that is what do you call it? You'll just give me 1 second and I grab a note. That is a current position, that it is a valid decision unless it has been revoked, and it can only be revoked by a court, and therefore the displayed position of permission granted stands legally.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. I'll bring in Liam now. Just Liam, do you want to respond to Councillor Toman's comments, or indeed what Mr. Ford was saying there?
Yeah, I suppose. Listen, there's been no decision taken on this application. As set out in the report, Councillor Toman, we have to add an application to the delegated list, and only when that delegated list is populated is the planning portal updated. Now, this was put in the planning portal with the recommendation.
So how did it get updated?
Can I finish speaking, please?
Yet everything has to come through the chair, Mr. Ford.
Sorry, Chairman.
No problem. Go on ahead, Liam.
Yeah, essentially, when the application is added to the delegated list, and if it's called in to planning committee, as this one was, the portal is updated at that point in time. I mean, only when a decision is physically issued by officers in terms of the actual physical production of the paper copy of the decision, does permission granted appear on the planning portal. And in all the experience of every application I've dealt with, I have never seen a permission granted message on the portal when the application is still clearly under consideration.
Thank you, Liam. We have a number of speakers looking to talk here who haven't spoke yet. So, Councillor McLaren.
Yes, something that Liam said when he was mentioning the four applications going back to 2011, and he talked about the approvals, or at least I think I picked him up right in saying that the approvals were always predicated on there being a live planning application. I suppose the question I would have, at what point did that live planning application stop or cease? Thank you, sir.
Thanks. And just Councillor McLaren, you were breaking up a wee bit there, but I think we got your question all right. So we'll give Liam a wee second here to just check his notes and we'll come back to you on it.
Yeah, Councillor McLaren, just look at the first approval was granted in February 2012. So it would have been live for 5 years. So that would have expired in 2017. But we had subsequent applications in 2014, which was the Reserve Matters application. And we had a subsequent application in 2016. And then we had the last application in 2020. And each time one of those applications was considered, there was a live planning permission on this application site that's being referenced here by the applicants.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe first of all, can I maybe record an interest in this, or that I was approached and I declared that the last meeting, I think in April, representation for it, but I'm approaching this application with an open mind, and so I've no problem with that. Liam, you've already touched on it, and I'm just trying to get my handle on this. The four referenced applications are obviously is the one refers to the one piece of site, or the one site, but everything was considered on that, all those applications, and approved under the old PPS 21. Is that what we're saying? Because it came from outline right through to full planning, and anything since new council took over in 15, was it 2015, that it is assessed under a different policy, and that is where the issues are in this particular application. If we're trying to put one versus the other with a similar situation, if you know what I mean. But I take it because of the live, you talked about live there coming right back to 2011 or when it was. Maybe just a wee bit more clarification that and to where we are today, because that is the critical decision that has to be made, that whether we consider the previous proposal or the present day one, and just maybe a bit more clarification from my point of view.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. And Liam, Alderman Anderson, your internet connection wasn't great there, but Liam, I'm sure you got the gist of that, did you?
Yeah. No, Alderman Anderson, I suppose we probably have to be quite clear here. The policy context hasn't changed. The policy context is exactly the same. What has changed is the interpretation of how that plan and policy has been read, both by, firstly, it was the DOE back in 2011 and subsequently the Planning Appeals Commission, and indeed officers when we came into council in 2015. Every decision we have taken from 2015, and in line with how the PSC assess these, is that a dwelling will not have a frontage onto the road if only its access touches the road. It has to have its curtilage front onto the road or abut that road, and that's not the case here. The policy interpretation was basically different back in 2011, and that has been applied since the council came into being in 2015, or indeed in any of the recent PSC decisions that I've referenced.
Thank you for clarification, Liam. Damien, you were looking in.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wonder, I'm going back to the screenshot of the portal that Mr. Ford showed us a moment ago, which is obviously of concern to officers because it seems to indicate the planning permission was granted, I think, unless I picked Mr. Ford up incorrectly. But if that is the case, I wonder, could he confirm, due to our concerns, just confirm how he obtained that? Did he obtain that himself, or did he obtain it from another source?
Thank you, Damien. Would you like to respond, Mr. Ford?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I take it Mr. Mulligan is talking about the piece of paper I take. That is a direct screenshot of my computer taken of the DFI portal, which obviously you operate on. So it's a screenshot taken from on my camera. I basically photographed my laptop when it was on that website, when it was displayed as permission granted. And
Okay,
that's just a pure copy of the photograph.
So for clarification purposes, you accessed the public access on the DFI website and took that yourself?
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Chair. That photograph was taken. I accessed the public planning portal and put up the information in relation to the applicant, and that was on the portal itself, and read permission granted. Before that, I had got verbal confirmation that it was already passed, and I took a photograph of the permission granted on the portal after getting confirmation that it had been passed.
Sorry, through the chair, could I ask who that confirmation came from? Was that from an officer or from someone else?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm not. Those details are sketchy. That would come basically that I rang the portal, or sorry, rang the office, and I was speaking to, and I get my own phone records and check what date I was speaking to somebody, but that was directly from the planning office itself as a verbal confirmation. I was told by Mr. Cornett of CDA that he had got verbal confirmation of it. Then being me, I rang the planning office, and planning office confirmed that it had been passed and that paperwork would be issued shortly. I then checked the portal, and permission granted was uploaded onto the portal, and it was up on the portal for some 4 to 6 weeks. As to the person I was speaking with directly, I have no idea who they are.
Just through the chair, that seems highly unusual. That's why I just wanted to tease that out with you, Mr. Ford. Look, thanks for that information.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I suppose sort of going on from Damien's sort of queries there, can I ask Mr. Cornett who he was speaking to? Because obviously this is something that, we need to get to the bottom of, Chair, because as Damien has said, it's highly irregular that this has happened. So if whatever information can sort of give this would be useful. So I'd ask Mr. Cornett who he was speaking to, what in the planning office who said that it was approved.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that there was a phone call made to the local office, which would have been Banbridge at that stage. And the confirmation under the planning reference number was given that it had been through consideration and it was going to the portal as granted approval. I then reported the same information back to Mr. Ford, who then, as he stated, then had went and got a screenshot of the relevant information that I'd given him, and he has had that since. So in between times, yes, there was a matter of time had elapsed since that application was made until such times as then it changed from that to refusal. And that's basically the overview of the information that has been provided, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I suppose, given this information, can I make a proposal we go legal, please, Chair, to get some sort of legal advice on this, to see what our position is as a committee? If anybody happy to second that?
I'll actually second that, Councillor Nicholson, myself. So just okay, members, I have a short statement to read out here. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'm going to move all members of the public and councillors who are not members of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee to a Zoom waiting room, and those using the dial-in service will be placed on hold to enable the committee to obtain legal advice from its legal advisor. Any member of the committee who has spoken as a supporter or objector to the application under consideration will also be moved to a Zoom waiting room. The advice provided will relate only to legal matters, and no discussion of the merits of the planning application now before us will take place until the public element of the meeting resumes and you have been moved back into the meeting or taken off hold. Any legal advice provided is confidential, and all members of the committee who remain are obliged to preserve that confidentiality. You will be readmitted back into the Zoom meeting once the provision of legal advice has concluded. Thank you. So I believe there that member services have started moving people out. So
Danny, can you stop the live feed, please?
yeah.
Yes, Chair, that's us now live.
Thank you very much, Danny, and welcome back to everyone. Sorry, I'm getting a wee bit of feedback. Can you turn off your mics? So, okay, members, the committee has received the legal advice that they'd requested. So we're back into our meeting and we're still in members' questions. So, members, I'm in your hands. Mr. Ford, I can't bring in unless a member asks you a question. Well, I suppose, folks, just given what we've just heard, I know myself as chair, I would prefer to get further information. Mr. Ford did raise a number of issues there with us in the first part of that meeting there. So I for one, would like, you know, those issues to be investigated and just get a wee bit of clarity and revisit this application at the earliest opportunity that we can. But I would make that a proposal, and in the interim, Mr. Ford and Mr. Cornett work with Liam there just to make sure all that information's in front of us before we do make a decision. But members, that is only my opinion as chair. We're all equal in this, and I'm in your hands. So next up, Alderman Wilson.
No, Chair, if that's a proposal, I'm happy enough to second it.
Thank you very much, Alderman Wilson. Members, do we have agreement on that way forward?
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Ford and Mr. Cornett. Our staff will be in touch with you in the not so distant future, and we will see you back again here at the earliest possible opportunity. Thank you. Okay, folks, we are going on now to Appendix 2. And this is application number LA08/2018/0868/0. And I would ask Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present this report and PowerPoint presentation. Bear with me 1 second, sorry. Sorry, members, we're just getting clarification if one of our speakers was in attendance. So I would ask Sinead just to take us through that report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members are advised that further to the Plan and Regulatory Service Committee decision on the 13th of January 2021 to approve planning permission for application LA08/2018/08680 for residential development up to 180 dwellings and associated open space, infrastructure and landscaping with access from Tandragee Road. The Council received an email on the 26th of January 2021 which raised an objection to the proposed development from Mr. Duke. In light of this, officers has not issued a decision, considered the written representation, and were due to take back the application to the Plan and Regulatory Service Committee again in February with the second addendum report, which is 2A for your information. However, a further objection from Mr. Duke was received on the 8th of February, and to allow officers time to consider, the application was not presented in February. A third addendum, and this morning, in light of a written representation from Mr. Wilson, a fourth addendum report was submitted for members to consider. Officers confirm that we are still content that an environmental statement is not required for this project. In respect of the matter regarding consultation with the Health and Safety Executive of Northern Ireland, and Northern Ireland Railways for robustness and to alleviate the concerns of the objector, officers have carried out consultation with those bodies. The Health and Safety Executive of Northern Ireland have advised they will only comment on applications within the consultation distance of coma sites within the boundary of coma sites, within the consultation distance of gas transmission pipelines, and this application is not falling within any such situations, and therefore they have no comment to make in this application. Noel Nan Railways have advised that as Rivers Agency have agreed consent to discharge at Greenfield rate, they have no objections to this outline proposal. Other matters have been fully considered and appraised again by officers as per the report and the addendum report submitted, and having carefully considered those issues, officers have no change in their original opinion to that this application for outline plan of permission should be granted. Just to refresh members' memory in relation to I'll undertake the presentation again for you. Again, that's the location of the site is to the southeast of Portadown on the Tandragee Road. Next slide, please. And that's the location plan, so includes the whole housing zoning, and the land in blue is also within the control of the applicant. Next slide, please. And that's just an aerial view of the proposed site to the present as agricultural land. Next slide, please. It's an outline application, but we have a detailed concept layout which allowed us to consider robustly the need or otherwise for environmental statement. So that sort of a concept layout would not be approved if this application were to be go ahead tonight, but it does give us an indication of what the maximum number of units could be achieved in this site if developed. Next slide, please. Again, that's the indicative road layout, which shows a right turning lane on a footpath which joins to the existing footpath network, which takes it the whole way into the town centre of Portadown. Next slide, please. That's a view from the site looking towards the western boundary and Tandragee Road. So you can see at the present time there's laneway up. It's clearly agricultural land. Next slide, please. That's a view of the site towards the northern boundary and the Fairways housing development. Next slide, please. And that's a view from the site looking towards the eastern boundary. That's the bracken mosses over there as well. Next slide, please. That's for a view from the site looking towards the southern boundary. And next slide, please. And that's the view of the site from the Tandragee Road. That access will be closed up and new access will be created. Next slide. Yeah, that's okay, remember. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sinead. Okay, members, the following members are only allowed to consider this, so I'll list them here. Alderman Anderson, Alderman Twyble, Alderman Wilson, Councillors Duffy, Keaton, McAlinden, McLennan, McGeown, McNally, Nicholson and Toman. If there's anybody else here remaining who isn't eligible, could you please turn off your camera and your microphone, turn it off also. Okay, members, as Sinead outlined there was written representation and objection and has been received from Mr. John Wilson. We were to have a speaker in objection to the application, Mr. Colin Duke, but unfortunately Colin doesn't seem to be able to make the meeting, so we're not sure what happened there. Members, also with us today we have Mr. Michael Graham from WYG Plan to make a representation as the agent in support of the application. Michael, you're very welcome to this afternoon's Planning Committee meeting. You will have 3 minutes, Michael, to speak. The clock should be on your screen and it won't start until you begin to speak. So in your own time, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, thank you for affording us the opportunity to address you. I'm Michael Graham, Chartered Town Planner and Director of WIG Planning, and I represent the applicant, Mr. Alan Flavelle, and I have with me Paul McCrainer of McCrainer Company Architects. You will recall that this application was previously recommended for approval, having been thoroughly assessed by this committee back in January 21, but is now being returned following consideration of late objection. We're very pleased that Council's Planning Department is yet again recommending approval following consideration of these objection points. A late objection was received on the 26th of January, augmented on the 7th of February, and raised matters in relation to the EIA determination and a decision not to request an environmental statement by Council and to accompany the application, along with a number of other points, including traffic, flooding, failure to consult Northern Ireland Railways, drainage, etc. Regarding the EIA determination, Council planning officers previously screened it and determined on the 5th of December 2018 that an ES was not required. Council planning officers made this determination, having regard to the detailed documentation submitted in support of the application and consultee responses. Officers had sufficient information to correctly conclude in December 18 that the proposed development was not likely to have a significant effect on the environment. Officers correctly considered that potential environmental impacts could be adequately considered through the development management process. For robustness, Council's officers re-screened the application to confirm or otherwise that its original decision not to seek the submission of an ES was or is correct. This re-screening was completed on the 3rd of February and again determined that an ES was not required. This re-screening considered the information originally submitted and that submitted by the objector. In accordance with Regulation 10 of the EIA regs, having regard to the consultation responses, objectors' concerns, and to the selection criteria, Council again properly determined that it is not required to be accompanied by an ES. Turning to the other points raised, those were fully discussed at the Council's January 2021 meeting, save for the sole exception of the failure to consult Northern Ireland Railways and the Health and Safety Executive, but no new matters have been raised by the late objection that were not already considered as part of Council's assessment. Road Service, Rivers and Northern Ireland Water each raised no objections. Under the General Development Procedure Order, consultation with the Health and Safety Executive and Northern Ireland Railways was not necessary. Nevertheless, again for robustness, Council reconsulted both. Health and Safety advised that this application does not fall within any situation requiring their comment and so had no comment to make. Northern Ireland Railways advised that as Rivers Agency agreed to consent to discharge of Greenfield rate runoff, they have no objection. Council correctly determined an ES is not required and the remaining matters have been satisfactorily considered and addressed. On that basis, we agree with Council's Planning Department's recommendation that outline planning be granted, which was the same decision reached by Council in January 21. I take this opportunity to thank the Planning Committee for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Michael. You were just inside your time there. Perfect. And as Michael alluded to, members, also with us today for speaking rates for clarification purposes is Mr. Paul McCrainer from McCrainer Company Architects. So, members, we'll move into questions. So, if you have any questions for Sinead, Michael, or Paul, now's the time. I'm not saying no lights, members, but I suppose it's not a question really, but I do feel that you know, all the basis has been covered in this. It's just a pity that Mr. Duke wasn't here to make his representation in objection to the application, but I do feel the reports on all the addendums has you know, has satisfactorily addressed some of that. So, members, have you any questions, Alderman Anderson?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for his presentation there. No, it's just I just want to maybe look at the written representation from Mr. John Wilson. There seems to be an issue here. I know it has been to the committee in January, but there seems to be an issue here with the possibility of extra traffic congestion at that Armagh Bridge and further up Thomas Street. I'm well aware of the parking on street parking at such that location. But as this is an outline planning allocation, is there issues like this can be brought aboard when the full planning comes in, when we look at it? If there is issues there, the Armagh Bridge is quite a narrow piece of roadway going underneath that, and it has caused problems depending on the size of vehicles and things. So I'm just wondering, maybe Michael, maybe you would have a comment. The road service are possibly not here today, but there has been an assessment made, and it has been said that there will be no negative impact. But is there a possibility that that would cause problems in the future? But it's just to get some clarification.
No, thank you, Mr. Anderson. And you're right, this is an application for outline plan permission. So there will be a chance at reserved matters to discuss these things more in depth. But maybe you did ask a question there just generally of Michael. Michael, if you want to just give a few comments on it, you don't have to go into that much detail. We can deal with that at reserved matters.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Just in relation to sort of traffic and access and parking, etc. It is an outline stage, and those detailed matters would obviously be looked at reserved matter stage. But it's important that one of the key site requirements in this zoned housing site was a full transport assessment, and that was provided at the outset of the application and fully assessed all the traffic flows in and out of the development with road services sign off. We do have a right turn Ghost Island facility off the Tandragee Road to go into the scheme as well. So we will widen the entire frontage and make the right turn. So all of those issues and the flow of traffic at peak hour times, etc., were all considered in the transport assessment at outline stage. I think that answers, hopefully that answers the query.
It definitely does, Michael. Okay, members, I'm not seeing any further lights, so we'll move on then to debate and decision. Well, members, maybe I kick it off. And look, I am, as I said earlier, I am content at this stage that, you know, all the boxes have been ticked. I say this is just the outline permission, and we will get a chance, maybe at some stage in the future, to go into some more depth. So, Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I'm of the same view, and I take it you're making again a proposal, Chair, and if that's the case, then I'm happy enough to second on the basis, you know, it'll be coming back at a future stage for further consideration.
Absolutely. I should have made that clear. That's a proposal on behalf of myself. So, members, are we all in agreement? Okay, thank you very much. Members, next up, Appendix 3, application number LA08/2018/1241/F has been removed from the schedule due to a late submission of additional information. So that application should come back to us at another stage. So we'll move on then to Appendix 4. This is application number LA08/2019/1369/0 or /0, sorry. And I would ask Kevin Gillespie, Plan Manager, to present this report and PowerPoint presentation. Just let me confirm, is everybody in? Yeah. Okay, Kevin, your own time.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. This application seeks outline permission to redevelop the site to provide retail, commercial space, a shop extension, a cafe, a community business unit, and associated car parking. As members will be aware, as this is an application for outline permission, details relating to siting, design, and external appearance of the buildings, means of access, and the landscaping of the site of the proposed development will be considered at reserve matters stage, subject to outline approval being granted. The application site is located within the development limit of Market Hill and its notional town centre as defined by paragraph 58.1 of the Armagh Area Plan 2004. The site is white land. In respect of the principle of development, paragraph 6.271 of the SPPS seeks to secure a town centre approach for the location of retailing and other town centre uses. The SPPS defines other town centre uses as including cultural and community, retail, leisure, business, and community uses. Having regard to the proposed development, and in particular the uses to be provided, officers are content that the proposal complies with paragraph 6.271 of the SPPS. In addition, and with respect to the proposed provision of a cafe, as DCAN 4, restaurants, cafes, and fast food outlets directs that preferable location for cafes includes town centres, officers are also content that the proposal satisfies the provisions of DCAN 4. Therefore, officers are of the opinion that the proposed development accords with the provisions of the plan, the SPPS, and DCAN 4, such that the proposal to develop the site is acceptable in principle, subject to meeting other material considerations. In respect to access and traffic, and as detailed previously, details of the means of access and car parking will be considered at reserve matter stage. However, officers can advise that the submitted TAF, which is the transport application form, demonstrates that the proposal pardon me, will not prejudice road safety or significantly inconvenience the flow of traffic. DFI Roads, the competent authority in these matters, confirmed that the proposal is acceptable. In respect to matters of impacts on residential amenity, given that the southeast portion of the site abuts the residential development of Bunkers Hill, matters such as overlooking, loss of light, loss of privacy, overshadowing, noise, etc., would be considered at reserved matter stage. However, officers can advise that the Council's Environmental Health Department are content that there will be no unacceptable adverse impacts on residential amenity by reason of noise or odour emission. In respect of flooding and drainage, as members will be aware, PPS 15 flooding provides the policy basis for assessment of those matters. Policy FLD1 directs that development will not be permitted within the 1 and 100-year fluvial floodplain unless the applicant can demonstrate that the proposal constitutes an exception to that policy. The proposal goes on to state that if an exception is met, the applicant is required to submit a flood risk assessment. In the particular circumstances of this application, officers can advise the strategic flood map for Northern Ireland indicates that the site is partially affected by the 1 in 100-year fluvial floodplain of the Market Hill stream. Consequently, there is a presumption against development unless the site is deemed an exception. Officers can confirm that in the particular circumstances of this application, the replacement of existing buildings would fall within one of the stated exceptions, such that the applicant is required to submit a flood risk assessment. In addition, paragraph D4 of Annex D of PPS 15 expressly requires the submission of a flood risk assessment to determine a more accurate extent of flooding for development proposals located in proximity to the margins of the predicted floodplain, irrespective of whether the site lies just outside or just inside the extent as depicted on the strategic flood map. Despite significant correspondence with the applicant seeking provision of a flood risk assessment dating back to the 11th of October 2019, the applicant has not submitted a flood risk assessment. Having regard to the provisions of the SPPS and the precautionary, of the PPS and the precautionary approach that it directs that officers must apply, officers are of the opinion that the proposal is contrary to FLD1 of PPS 15. In addition, officers can confirm that a drainage assessment has been submitted in support of the application. Guidance on the content of a drainage assessment is included in Annex D, paragraphs D17 and D18 of PPS 15. However, officers can advise that the applicant has not addressed all the issues listed therein. As such, officers in consultation with Rivers Agency cannot conclude that the flood risk of flood risk to the development and from it to elsewhere has been adequately addressed, and therefore, in the officer's opinion, the proposal also fails to meet the requirements of FLD 3 of PPS 15. Having regard to the above, and after undertaking a policy assessment and a planning balance exercise, officers are of the opinion that proposed development fails to comply with the SPPS and PPS 15, specifically in relation to FLD1 and FLD3, in that the agent has not submitted a flood risk assessment to demonstrate compliance with FLD1, and the drainage assessment submitted has not adequately addressed all the issues in Annex D of PPS 15. For these reasons, officers are recommending that planning permission is refused. Can we go to the presentation, please? Thanks, Ruth. So this first slide is obviously just a location of the site within the general area. Next slide, please. This slide is an aerial view of the proposed site, obviously, which is denoted in red in the center of the image. Next slide, please. Again, this is a site location plan, obviously showing effectively what the red area was in the previous image. Next slide, please. This is proposed indicative layout. As we've already said, this is an outline application. So where you can see, let me see, the grey is obviously denotes the existing shops. The turquoise, or shall I say purple, shall we say, that's denoting the indicative layout for the new retail commercial area. The pink is the area for the community and business use. And finally, the orange is the new retail element. Next slide, please. So this is a photograph of the site from the roundabout. For assistance for anybody that knows Market Hill, we've denoted where Hunters is. Obviously, that's the supermarket. So hopefully people will understand where this viewpoint has been taken from. Next slide, please. Again, this is a view directly from Hunters, if Hunters is behind you, a view of the site. Next slide, please. And this is a view of the site, again from Hunters, but looking back towards the roundabout, which is up towards the left, where you see the, I think that's a lorry. And that, I think, concludes the presentation. Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Members with us today, we have Mr. Harry Porter from HPA Architect Limited to make representation as the agent in support of the application. Harry, you're very welcome along to this evening's planning meeting. Like other speakers, you'll have 3 minutes, Harry, and the clock should be on your screen, and it won't start until you begin to speak, so in your own time. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee. 3 minutes is not a long time, so I'll be brief. There are two main issues. First one is drainage assessment. This seems to require more detailed information on drainage of the proposal for the retail and the whole area. This is an outline application, and really the detailed drainage will come through whenever that is the detailed design is done. I'm quite happy that this area is left to reserve matters and conditioned as such. The flood risk, failure to provide a flood risk assessment for the area. Council based the requirement on the strategic flood map, which was developed by Rivers Agency in 2011. It's acknowledged this map is not accurate and is limited to available digital information at the time, which has not been updated. As a planning, the strategic flood map is a tool used by planning authority to help identify the areas at risk of flooding. Our updated digital survey, however, demonstrates that the map is so inaccurate in Margaret Hill that this is not fit for purpose. Council are basing their decision on totally inaccurate information. Part of the site, which, for example, part of the site which is indicated to be in the floodplain is up to 2.5 meters above part of the site which is not in the floodplain. Rivers Agency have been able to provide, have not been able to provide that information or justify why this site is in the floodplain. There's no record or history of flooding in the area. The lowest part of the site has been in the Hunter ownership, family ownership for over 100 years. And again, there's no record or knowledge of any flooding. Under the revised planning policy statement 15, planning and flood risk published, this site does not meet the definition of a floodplain, which is a river or fluvial flood is generally a flat area adjacent to a river where water flows in the time of flooding. But for the present flood crisis, there is no, has been no flooding, there is no flooding and no evidence of it. Rivers have set there's no peak flood water, no 1 in 100 year flood level set for the site. However, we're still insisting on a point of principle that council should require a flood risk assessment of lands wide area. This will involve detailed flood map and modelling of areas and rivers upstream and downstream.
Sorry, your time's up there, Mr. Porter. Okay, members, just to make you aware that we have Mr. Neil Jenkinson from Rivers Agency in attendance. So we'll move on to questions. I suppose I'll kick it off, but I wrote down a few notes here, but I suppose my first question was going to be to Mr. Porter, why did he not submit the flooding assessment? But I think through his presentation, I got the gist of that. So maybe a few comments from Kevin or indeed Neil on Mr. Porter's assertion that about the map not being accurate and just even Kevin, just why council feel the need that this assessment is, you know, it needs to be done at this stage. So.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll let obviously Neil come in terms of the question of accuracy or not. Basically, this is planning policy, and that applies to obviously applications for development, which obviously this is. The council cannot set aside policy, and to do so would set an undesirable precedent. So, in effect, the applicant is caught twice in the provisions of the PPS. The first one, obviously, as I've already said, there's an exception. The application meets the exception, and as a result, the policy would direct that a flood risk assessment is required. Secondly, and obviously, Mr. Porter has alluded to the fact that that the maps are not accurate. It could be stated that maybe the department was maybe quite foresightful, shall we say, in terms of that in regard to its drafting of PPS 15, because it actually includes, and I alluded to in my presentation, where a more accurate definition of a floodplain is required, and that is D, as I say, it's paragraph D4 of Annex D. And that really will, under that provision, a flood risk assessment is required to determine a more accurate extent of flooding. And that's necessary for development proposals, as I say, located within proximity to the margins of the predicted floodplain, irrespective of whether the site lies just in or just outside, as depicted on the strategic flood map. So, as I say, we're not treating Mr. Porter or his client in any different than we would for anybody else applying for planning permission. We are applying the provisions of the policy as we are directed to do so. To set aside that will cause an undesirable precedent, and moreover, the council's position is supported by the Planning Appeals Commission at an appeal which was heard last year in regard to the exact same set of circumstances where, in that case, the applicant had not provided a flood risk assessment. I can obviously take you through that if necessary, if any member wants me to do that. But certainly from a planning point of view, hopefully I've set out the sort of the parameters and the context of that. I can pass over to Neil now, and he can obviously take you through about the accuracy point.
Thank you, Kevin. Through the chair, a strategic flood map is based on rather coarse modelling techniques. That's correct. It was designed to be used to identify areas that are at risk of flooding as part of the preliminary flood risk assessment for Northern Ireland. This was carried out as under the requirements of the European Floods Directive. The map was used right across Northern Ireland to identify areas of significant flood risk, and these were areas that passed certain thresholds and met certain criteria with respect to risks to people and damages that would be caused by flooding. Market Hill didn't exceed that threshold, and so detailed modelling wasn't carried out in Market Hill as it was in other towns. Though Market Hill was treated exactly the same as any city, town or village that was affected by flooding, the same criteria were applied to all. So there's no question of fairness not being applied to the situation. Even though the modelling is deemed to be coarse, it was used for that purpose and is the maps are identified in the SPPS and in PPS 15 as the standard by which floodplains are defined. The policy also adopts, both PPS 15 and the SPPS adopt what's referred to as a precautionary approach, which states that the lack of full scientific certainty shall not be used to assume flood risk does not exist. So while this is an indicative risk, we would like to see the mapping more accurately defined in accordance with the SPPS and PPS 15. And even though from the applicant's point of view, I understand that this is an unfortunate, thing that has come upon this site, and I mean, other applications are affected by other policies.
Neil,
in Northern Ireland.
sorry, Neil.
PPS 15.
Neil, sorry, your last two sentence or two was interrupted. You froze, so maybe just finish off your last point there again.
I was just saying that despite the coarse nature of this mapping, that this is an approach that has been ratified by the Northern Ireland Assembly. That, PPS 15 was passed by the Assembly, and this is how the government of Northern Ireland have decided that we should manage flood risk with respect to development.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the speakers for their presentations. I've listened with great interest, Chair, and I feel I have to say a bit of sympathy for Mr. Porter, and I'm actually I looked up the DFI maps here in front of me, and I just wanted Neil to clarify. I'm on the flood map site, and is the flooding that you're referring to, that, or the potential flooding, is surface water? It's not such from a river. It's more surface water. If you go on the site, there's various sort of layers you can switch on, and it seems to me that the main sort of danger on this site is surface water. Is that right, Neil? Is that rather than rivers?
No, the policy FLD1 is fluvial floodplain, and this is the fluvial hazard layer. I am actually not on the web page. I'm on the internal viewer. The burgundy or pink map that you're looking at is surface water flooding. That doesn't apply under FLD1. That's fluvial flooding only. FLD, or that map, would apply to some extent under FLD3, but in this situation here, we're not using that map as any form of objection.
Right.
I wish I could see what you were seeing, but maybe turn on the...
Neil, we'll give you a wee chance to come back if you want to take a minute or two there to try and find that. And Councillor Nicholson, have you any questions for Kevin? Or
no? Well, I suppose in relation to the this seems to be the crux of the matter, Chair, and I suppose it's sort of trying to get to the bottom, because it's an outline application, and clearly there's a difference of opinion sort of in relation to this. From Kevin, is it possible to condition this, Kevin, in any shape or form, or is that just, you're saying that's totally against policy? It's not a full application, it's not reserved matters, it's an outline. Is there anything in the policy that allows that?
The policy is very, very simple. You either provide it or you don't. If you don't provide it, then you're contrary to policy. There's no wriggle room, unfortunately. And I have to say, we do sympathise with the applicant and obviously Mr. Porter in that regard. In any other aspect of the application, the officers have got absolutely no issues with any other aspect of it. It's just this matter of flooding and drainage. And as I say, the policy directs that it's a requirement, and there isn't any room for the council to, as I say, sidestep that.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Nicholson, if you're content, I'll bring in Alderman Wilson before we go back to Neil. So, Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I suppose, where someone's familiar with Market Hill Town, and the site itself has been developed for years, as a mart and police station. We've had recent development there with the new play park and pitch and that type of thing. So, I mean, it's not a site that is relatively new in any way, or a brownfield site or that type of situation. So we've had, a long history of development, and to my knowledge, recent knowledge anyway, no instances of any serious flooding in that regard. And it's just in terms of the floodplain and that the Market Hill stream, in terms of the proximity of that to that site, is there some culverted aspect of this under, at the site? We can only see for them, it's not a site I've been in round the back of at any time to see what the circumstances was. And I know it was a mart previously, and there would have been, a lot of, surface roof and drainage needed to be required for runoff from the roofs and from the police station car park and all that sort of stuff. So we're presumably looking at the same amount of rainfall or whatever is affecting this. There's talk about a stream, proximity of that to the site. I know this is a course model that is being used. I suppose when people, the general public, are looking at this, a lot of demolition work has been undertaken. I suppose there's an expectation that something will take its place because we've had development now. We have an open site, and the presumption, I suppose, from the public's perspective would be that we would see some type of development there. And the fact that it's been based here on what has been admitted as course modelling, but yet it's it's a hurdle that can't be dodged or jumped over without going through the proper procedures. And I think we all realise that. But what are the real risks here? Where is the stream? Is it just a basin that we're in, and it's an issue with getting water away from that in that event? I'd just like to understand a wee bit more about the hydraulics of all
that. The water course is open, and it comes to, is that called the Seaburton Road or something like that, and it turns northwest at that corner of that road, and then is culverted around the mart, around the back of Hunter's Supermarket, and then around the back of the mart. But the model isn't picking that up correctly. It doesn't put it down the covered. It's sent it over the road and down through the low-lying ground through the village or the town. But those pipes, that water course was designated in 1982. So those pipes were probably put in around that time. That would be an indication of when that was done. So 39 years ago. So we have a different set of methodologies now used to calculate the hydrology. That's the volume of runoff that would come down that. We've also got an extra 39 years of rainfall, which was heavier than, say, the previous 30 years that would have been gathered up. And the pipes turn at quite a sharp angle at that point, and there's a grill. So there's a degree of uncertainty in my mind as to the suitability of that. And while nobody has ever seen it happening before, that's a complaint we get quite commonly. This event has never happened before. It's quite possible that this event hasn't happened. If you go back to August 2017 up in the northwest, there were events at Drumahoe and near the Burndennet, south of New Buildings, which were in excess of 300-year return periods, and one in Eglinton, which is in excess of 6. So floods are becoming more and more frequent and are becoming larger in their volumes. And because this map is showing an indication that there is a risk here, it would be our view that it would be wise to assess that situation further in a more accurate model. We're not trying to prevent this. I know you're saying that there's work going on and there's an expectation. It could be that if that work was carried out, that would prove that the water did make it all down that pipe in the 100-year event. If it proves that it doesn't, the planning authority have still deemed the site an exception, so that the flood risk assessment then could consider mitigating measures for the development. It's just the stumbling block from our point of view is there's a policy requirement to assess flood risk, and it hasn't been provided. I don't know if that helps you.
Well, I think that's very useful. Neil, Alderman Wilson, you're looking back in for a supplementary question there.
Yeah, no, that's really, really helpful, Neil. Thanks for that. I suppose if I can, I noticed Harry was raising his hand there, but it's just in my mind, if this is a mitigation issue or a modelling issue, is that something within Harry's remit and capacity to bring forward? And I would like his view on that then, if possible.
Yeah, Harry.
Yes, thanks. I want to come in there. First of all, this is a brownfield site which has been developed for many years. The proposal will not add one drip of extra water to the stream or to the drainage system here. It's also been surveying, the adjoining site, which has just been developed by the council in conjunction with the education authority, and I'm not complaining about that, was a greenfield site where 100% of the water has been added into the stream going through our site. This has been the greenfield site was attenuated, but still needs all the water. Originally, the natural flow of that ground was towards the Moen Road and the combined drainage there. That has been done, approved by the authority without any flood risk assessment required. The same thing applied previously when the combined drainage system on the Moen Road also was the drains were rerouted from the primary school site further up onto that same drain. So all this additional water has been added to this drain, which goes through my client's property. On top of that, Rivers Agency some years ago rerouted the stream away from our client's site and went out underneath the business centre units and down across Newry Street and down the front. So that's all been done without a flood risk assessment. Now my client has been asked to do a full flood risk assessment on a point of principle because of the it hasn't been deemed necessary by Rivers Agency previously despite the 69 other schemes that have been done in other towns and villages, and that basically is penalising my client unreasonably. On top of that, there you have a system which cannot it's inconsistent and really is penalising my client. The site of the education, the playing fields, is twice the size of the site of my client. So a greenfield site, twice the size. It's added the water to the system without a flood risk assessment. If my client had to provide a flood risk assessment, it would have to take into account work which was done previously by Rivers Agency because they didn't carry out a flood risk assessment. The same as whenever the primary school was rerouted, and the same now with the council education pitches. So that's all taken into account, plus other works. Now, I've talked to consultants to try and get a cost for what a flood risk assessment. They can't provide it at the moment because the amount of modelling and detail. This is penalising my client's site in the middle of town, and it's not been equally treated consistently.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. And I think we'll bring in Kevin just to respond to those points about inconsistencies and maybe could shed some.
Yeah, I have to fundamentally disagree with Mr. Porter, and we have been through that in extensive communications between each other. The council isn't being inconsistent. In fact, the council is being consistent in applying policy, and I think that's the important thing to say. Secondly, the council, I can, obviously confirm that under similar circumstances on a different site, other applicants have provided the required flood risk assessment. So again, we're not being inconsistent, we're being consistent in applying policy. Finally, Chair, you asked about obviously how long or how long the council has been requesting this information. As I said before, Chair, the council first requested flood risk assessment on the 11th of October 2019. That's 19 months ago. We then asked for it again on the 24th of October 19, the 31st of January 2020, the 20th of February 2020. There was an email from Damien to Mr. Porter on the 26th of May 2020. We have had 2 meetings with Mr. Porter Mr. Porter and Alderman Spears, where we have been consistently requesting this information. as I say, the council has been absolutely consistent at all times in its undertaking of its assessment of the application. As I said, the officers do not come to this recommendation lightly, and I would have to stress that. At all times we will look to try and positively determine an application. However, in this particular case, the policy is such where, as I say, the information hasn't been provided, and that as a result requires the application to be refused in the officer's opinion. That opinion is also supported, as I said, by the Planning Appeals Commission.
Thank you, Kevin.
Sorry, Chair, may I come back on what Mr. Porter said, please, Chair? Is that permitted?
Well, yes. If some light on this, yeah.
Well, just with respect to the neighbouring site, the play pitches and the school, those sites are not in the blue speckled strategic flood map. So policy FLD1 doesn't apply. So a flood risk assessment would not be required. They are on the edge of the magenta or pink mapping, which is surface water. And so that puts them in the realms of FLD3, which is a drainage assessment. Now, drainage assessment is a different thing than a flood risk assessment. And the pitches and the schools did produce drainage assessments and did attenuate, as Mr. Porter said, the discharge to Greenfield runoff rate. I think there's a bit of confusion there about the type of mapping and what's required. But the blue mapping doesn't touch the pitches or the school, so it doesn't fall under FLD1. That's all I wanted to add. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jenkinson. Look, and our final question on this is from Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I suppose I'm going back to my original question to Neil, was that in relation to the flood map, it's the floodplain rivers on the thing, and I do see there's the speckled bit is to the front and half the site's not within it. Now, there's a dotted line there, Neil, which is at the culvert, I'm assuming. So I'm sort of at a loss of how you can flood out of a culvert, if you know what I mean. If it's in a culvert, it's going to be, in my opinion, forced downstream. So therefore, like in order for that to happen, the culvert would have to break. Am I right in saying that? Because I'm sort of a wee bit, as I say, I've pulled up the map here and I'm just looking at it, and it actually. I have another question for Mr. Porter after this, because I know it actually spills out towards the supermarket on the other side of the road. So I'm going to ask whether he had how to do a flood risk assessment for the supermarket works when he did it. So I just want to get a full picture of the area, because as I say, I know the area very well, and I have never witnessed flooding or heard of any flooding issues, and you do get issues from Market Hill from time to time, and as I say, it's just I do have real sympathy for Mr. Porter, but I just want to really bottom this out, Chair, if that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, through Chair. Out of culvert flooding can occur. It can come out through manholes when the cover levels exceeded, but that's not what's happening here. It's not modelling the culvert correctly, and it's pouring the water over the road behind Hunter's supermarket and down the road. There's a gap in the model there. You'll see mapping doesn't go down to a certain depth. On the more detailed mapping, you can go down to 25 mil, but anything below 25 mil you won't see. But the water's pouring across, and in the model, the water would be going across the road, dropping down the back of Hunter's supermarket and going on down the road. But the culvert isn't being properly modelled, Councillor Nicholson. I admit that's the case. But we still have concerns about the fact that it is showing an indicative flood risk, and our position would remain that we would advise that should be assessed further in more detailed way. The fact that has fallen on the applicant, I understand the frustration and the sympathy that everyone has with the applicant because of that, because Market Hill didn't hit the criteria for more detailed modelling on behalf of the department. But I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about that. It's judged on the same basis as every other town and village in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkinson. And the second part of Councillor Nicholson's question was to Mr. Porter, and that was in relation to the building across the road. Is that right, Mr. Nicholson?
Yeah, Chair. I'm aware that obviously Mr. Porter is responsible, or was the architect on the supermarket across the road, and obviously that blue line does spill out towards the supermarket. I'm just wondering, was there any, discussions in that? I'm not sure how long ago that was, but for flood risk, just to get a full picture in relation to the overall sort of area, just please, Chair.
We were architects for that supermarket and for the very original one, which fronts out onto the square. There's no requirement for a flood risk assessment at that time by planning or anyone. The point being that I think this has been caught up in principle. It's not about the practical aspect of it. It's the point about my client has been penalised to have to provide a flood risk assessment when he's not adding one drip of extra water to the system. I'm not complaining about other systems and other systems, but in particular, this map in this part of Market Hill is just not fit for purpose. I say water doesn't flow uphill, and there's something like 2.5 metre difference within a very close area. 2.5 metres is in the floodplain, is higher than the piece that's 2.5 metres lower, which is not in the floodplain. This is just not consistent, and it's not a fit for purpose map to consider the practicalities. To develop the full flood risk assessment will require my client to do modelling of all the works that were done by River Agency, that done by Education Authority and Council, done by the school and the Northern Ireland Water, whenever they disconnected the storm drainage from the Moen Road, and not all water was all rerouted back onto my client's site. This is totally inconsistent and penalising my client enormously. We've tried to get a figure from a consultant, but he wouldn't provide it, so it's leaving our client with an open-ended cost to provide a flood risk assessment and modelling of the whole system, which affects in 3 directions effectively. That's totally unfair and unreasonable.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. And look, I'll bring in Alderman Anderson because I don't believe he's spoken on this yet. So, Alderman Anderson. Alderman Anderson appears to have froze.
Chair, I will be brief. Sir. Hello.
Go on ahead,
Hello?
Go on ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. No, just I maybe Harry can talk. I pick up in this presentation that in relation to the risk would be required or something to reserve matter stage.
Alderman Anderson.
Council is trying to give hello.
Alderman
Hello?
Anderson. Alderman Anderson, you're breaking up. We're finding it very hard to pick you up. Am I right in saying that you're asking, would this flood risk assessment not be better dealt with at reserve matter stage? Is that what you're saying? It's very hard to hear you.
Yes, I think I picked up Harry's statement that it would not be required, and it's been on the go for our request for some, is it 18 months? Is Harry that there would be a possibility of getting one at the reserve matter stage? I do take on board what he's saying about he's doing this unfairly because of other situations in Market Hill, but it looks as if we're sticking the policy coming from the officers here. But is it possible that the flood risk assessment would be forthcoming? That being the case, could this be deferred? That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. I suppose a question for Harry, and also Kevin. I think I'd like to bring him in there because, you know, we are at outline stage, but I think Kevin alluded to earlier, we need this at this stage. So, Kevin.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Alderman Anderson. Yeah, I mean, the first point is, this is an application which we have to determine at the minute. We can't, and as a result, we need the information to be able to properly assess the current application. So, as I said, the policy is drafted in such a way that we cannot effectively sidestep that. In terms of, and I should also say that the Planning Appeals Commission also have recently, or will have judged that you cannot condition the provision of flood risk assessment, obviously, at a point at which an application has been determined. So it has to be provided at this point in time. We have, and I have said, we are very sympathetic to the applicant and obviously to Mr. Porter. If we didn't apply policy, then effectively you could argue that there's a free for all. You could also argue, as I say, in terms of an undesirable precedent, if the members decided to, and I'm not trying to, I suppose, predetermine anything, but if the members decided to overrule the officer's opinion, that could leave the door open for anybody to say, well, I don't need to provide a transport assessment, I don't need to provide habitats, assessment or whatever. The principle will follow on in that regard. So, as I say, it is an unfortunate circumstance. We are being consistent. Other similar applications have required it, and the applicants in that regard have provided that information. We have been seeking the information since, as I say, October 2019. There's probably nothing really more that I can say apart from that.
Thank you, Kevin. And I'll let you in again, Alderman Anderson. This is the final question. So
thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kevin, for that clarification. But through you, Chair, maybe to Harry, if this is a requirement that's given this time, it's on the go since October 2019. If this application was deferred, and Harry could answer this, is there any possibility that risk assessment would be coming forward?
Obviously, I have to go back to my client, but to be honest, we feel that we're being asked to provide an open-ended cost because we can't establish exactly what the cost is because the extensive work is so widespread that it penalizes my client in particular on a site which has got to take into account all the other works in this area. This is unreasonable that my client should pay for all the consequences because Rivers Agency did not deem it necessary to carry in their standard to carry out flood risk assessment that they have in the other towns. If it wasn't important enough to be a risk, then why? It's no wonder because there's been no flooding here and there's no evidence of flooding in over 100 years. So it's just, I don't see why my client should be penalised into paying for a full flood risk assessment, open-ended, despite the fact he's not adding one drip of water to the system.
folks, I see a number of you are looking back in to speak. I was trying to bring this to the next stage, but I suppose what for Mr. Porter, what Alderman Anderson was basically asking there was, and we respect your position, but this committee and plan services constrained by in this particular case, and it was giving you an out, if you like, rather than pushing it to a decision at this point. We are here to try and help everyone. So, look, I'm going to bring in Damien. Guys, I don't think Councillor McLennan has spoke. I'll bring in Councillor McLennan after Damien. And for Councillor Nicholson and Wilson, you're going to have to be very brief. I've been very lenient on it, so sure you appreciate that. So, Damien.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think it's just to support what Kevin and Neil have already said. I mean, look, I want to make it absolutely clear. Members, there's no prejudice in any way to the applicant here or his client. This is about a government policy. There is a policy test here, and that is what we're dealing with. We have the competent authority, Rivers Agency, the statutory body, saying that a flood risk assessment is required. And I think for the council to grant planning permission here in the absence of a flood risk assessment is a very dangerous, potentially very dangerous precedent to set. Because what you're dealing with here with flood risk is potential risk to property and to life. And all we're asking for here, on the basis that the part of the site is shown to be within a floodplain, is that the applicant demonstrates that there is no risk, or there is a risk that they can manage that risk. And that's what we're asking for before proceeding to determine the application. And I think that's a very reasonable step to take, and a very prudent step to take in the context of this site and the potential flood risk that there is. So hopefully that helps. Thanks, members.
Thank you very much, Tim, and I think that's very clear. So look, I'll bring in Councillor McClennan next, because I don't believe he's spoken on this particular application yet.
Yes, Chair, thank you for letting me in, and I will be brief. And it's just to follow on from Alderman Anderson's point, and I guess it's just a question either to planning officers or to the Rivers Agency representative. And we've heard much about the previous works that have gone on in that particular area, that particular site, in terms of redirecting waterways and so on and so forth. My question would be simple. It is physically possible to carry out this risk assessment? Is it?
Kevin, I think you'd be...
Thank you, Chair.
Myself or probably myself or Neil could answer that. The answer is yes. I'm slightly surprised when Mr. Porter says that he's approached a consultant who hasn't been able to provide him with an assessment or a cost, shall I say. That would be very unlike most consultants to not provide some costing. I think having experience of this in the private sector, I would foresee that potential cost could be somewhere in the region of between, say, £5,000 and £10,000. While that may seem excessive to some, in terms of other studies and assessments, that's not bad, shall I say. However, what I would say is, from the applicant's point of view, the applicant at this point in time does not have a permission. So if that applicant was to get a permission, that would obviously increase the value of that site, whatever the client does with that, or whatever the applicant does with that site. The uplift in that is exponentially greater than the cost of providing a flood risk assessment. And I think that stands to reason. As a result, obviously, of providing the assessment, and providing the assessment is adequate and acceptable to Rivers, the applicant can undertake the proposal that he wants to do, and shall I say that the council would want him to do as well. So at all times, it's just as Damien says, it's about the council having the information, and having the information to be able to obviously adequately assess the application, having regard to the precautionary principle and that we must apply in terms of flooding and drainage.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McClennan. Alderman Wilson, and you're next. Can you please be brief? And then I'll take Councillor Nicholson as well. So we'll take the two of them together, and we'll move on to the next stage. So Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. And I suppose it's on the back of that as well. In the view of Rivers Agency, is it your view, Neil, that the risks are mitigatable in that regard? Because, a struggle of sympathy with the agent, obviously, and the developers in the regard, coming from the perspective of a development being there for X amount of years, and suddenly it's an issue now, and we understand the reason for that with a fresh application to be considered. But is the risk, surmountable in that regard? It can be, got around. And if that is the case, does it put an onus on the developer and the agent to provide additions or solutions to drainage at that point that really perhaps could be argued should be someone else's responsibility?
I'll just, Neil, before you come in, I'm going to take in Councillor Nicholson as well. So, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair. Look, I was sort of going to propose, I'd like a legal opinion in this, Chair, because obviously this is a major sort of matter in relation to to planning policy and consideration. So
Okay, well,
that's
I suppose Councillor Nicholson would give Neil his chance to respond to Councillor Wilson, and then I would certainly second your proposal to move into legal. So, Neil, do you want to respond to Alderman Wilson?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councillor Wilson made reference to water coming from other developments. Jump in and correct me if I've picked that up wrong. Making it more difficult to carry out a flood risk assessment. In this instance, that's not the case. The flood risk assessment in this situation is going to be modelling the water course. So you have an open section, then you have a culverted section down to an open section. So typically that would require a survey of the upstream open section, taking levels at the manholes in the pipes, pipe sizes, and then doing a little bit downstream. So the input for the runoff, the rainfall input to that would be calculated on a catchment-wide basis. The catchment for this is, I think, around 4 kilometres squared. So the minutiae or the detail of what goes into that culvert from every single sort of dwelling or development in Market Hill would not be a factor. And so there wouldn't be any contribution from the development that has already been approved at the school or at the pitches. That wouldn't add any cost. I'm sorry, but I've forgotten the first part of your question, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, it's just if you feel the risks are,
Oh yes, is it mitigatable?
Could be mitigated.
It's difficult to say. That's why I suppose we're asking for the assessment. It could be, one option could be that the pipes are adequate and the floodplain will disappear. The other option would be that it does spill over. If it does spill over, there are options for the development in terms of resistance and resilience in terms of their construction. For example, the certain materials you would use are raising of plug sockets and things like that above a certain level. But they would have to consider aspects like depth and velocity, which are complete unknowns at the minute. I mean, there are developments. I could think of one particular supermarket in Armagh was in a similar situation. A flood risk assessment was carried out, and they've put together proposals for putting up flood barriers in the event that they think that the event's going to take place. Armagh probably in a better situation because it gets a longer warning, because the stream would be water course would take quite a bit of time to rise. But it's difficult for me to give you any definitive answer, but I'll stick my neck out far enough to say I don't think it would be insurmountable.
Thank you. Okay, members, Councillor Nicholson proposed that he wanted legal advice, and I will second that. So I have a short statement to read out here. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'm going to move all members of the public and councillors who are not members of the Plan and Regulatory Services Committee to a Zoom waiting room, and those using the dial-in service will be placed on hold to enable the committee to obtain legal advice from its legal advisor. Any member of the committee who has spoken as a supporter or objector to the application under consideration will also be moved to a Zoom waiting room. The advice provided will relate only to legal matters, and no discussion of the merits of the planned application now before us will take place until the public element of the meeting resumes and you have been moved back into the meeting or taken off hold. Any legal advice provided is confidential, and all members of the committee who remain are obliged to preserve their confidentiality. You will be readmitted back into the Zoom meeting, once the provision of legal advice has concluded. Thank you.
Chair, can I just ask just to confirm the live stream?
Yeah, Danny, can you confirm? started.
Yes, Chair, that's the live stream back.
Thank you, Danny, and everyone's back in the meeting. Yes. Thank you. Folks, welcome back after that short break for legal advice. So we're still in members' questions, but I'm about to move into the next stage unless there's any burning questions that members feel they need to ask before reaching a decision. No? Okay, then members, we're moving into debate and decision, and I'm in your hands. Okay, I suppose I'll kick it off then, and just to say, it has been alluded to throughout this application that I think we all have the greatest sympathy with Mr. Porter and indeed the applicant. But we are where we are. We all recognise this as a very exciting project for Market Hill, and that but there's no getting away from the fact that we need a flood risk assessment at this point. So that would be my feelings on it. So, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, I suppose there's no doubt. I think we've all listened intently and with great sympathy to the applicant, but like the site is everything that we talk about in council. It's brownfield, it's regeneration, it's job creation, it's economic development, it's public development, or sorry, private development. So it fills so many criteria that we are trying to do in our towns and villages and city, and for it to sort of fall on this hurdle is very disappointing, to be honest with you. And unfortunately, it seems as a committee we're hamstrung with policy, as we know we are. So all I do is urge Mr. Porter to sort of reconsider and speak to his client and try to get the flood risk assessment, because I think it's a worthwhile project, and as I say, it's a pity, Chair. That's all. That's where I am at the moment.
Well, I suppose I'll hear from Mr. Alderman Wilson, but first, but I can put that question to Mr. Porter if you so wish, Councillor Nicholson. Sorry, Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, pretty much the same view. We seem to be facing a situation whereby any development of this site is going to fall on a similar hurdle. It's certainly a it's hamstrung the site in that regard, and reading the reports and listening to what we've heard and the legal advice, it is really curtailing us in this regard. I know as I've said earlier, there's an expectation when people see buildings in place, buildings removed, and an application submitted, that there'll be a relatively realistic chance of development of such a site in the middle of town. And whilst, as we've heard from Neil and Kevin, that isn't ruled out by any means, it is a hurdle that has to be overcome. And I think I would be of the same view as the Chair and Councillor Nicholson, that a reconsideration or another look at this issue in terms of trying to reach that consensus, I think, is really, really vital, just for the future of this site and the time frames in that regarded. So I'm completely of the same view.
I suppose then, Mr. Porter, after hearing what Councillor Nicholson and Alderman Wilson has said, and indeed Alderman Anderson earlier on, is that something that you'd be willing to do, or we can push this to its final conclusion here? You're muted, Mr. Porter.
Sorry about that. I certainly will go back to my client and discuss the matter. The slight concern I have is that this is based on, my client has no desire to carry any development of that's going to risk flooding, but argument is based on principle and precedent rather than the practicalities of it. Look, there was a cost estimate discussed with consultants, but it was open-ended and was certainly is approximately twice the amount that was quoted earlier, and that was not confirmed and could not be confirmed. So I'll go back, I'll talk to the client and I'll talk to another consultant. But it's disappointing that the onus falls on my client to meet this additional cost when there's no additional flood risk as a result of the development.
I think, Mr. Porter, you have to appreciate the committee's position here that we have a statutory agency giving us advice, and you know we are governed by the rules of legislation. And what the committee here is trying to do is give you an extra bite of the cherry, so to speak. So, but just to say, if you are going to speak to your client, we are aware how long this application has been you know, in the system, and I think we're seeking this advice from, or this assessment from 2019. So it you know, it'll not be hanging around forever, if you know what I'm saying. So we need to deal with these things. So look, I've two further councillors just looking in, but please be brief. I think Mr. Porter's agreed to go and talk to his client, and we'll take it from there. So Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm happy to make that a proposal. I know it was a former mart, and I know from my perspective, I wouldn't want the hammer falling on this, you know, prematurely. I know the issue at times been mentioned there, but I'm very content to allow another period of grace through a deferral to allow that conversation to happen, and an indication given, you know, that a report will be brought. So from that perspective, I'm happy to propose that.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm pleased that Mr. Porter has said he'll take this back to his client. It's a project certainly that everyone in Market Hill would like to see coming to fruition, and I would hope that would be the case, that we can overcome this hurdle and we'll have this final opportunity to, on our desire for Mr. Porter's client to achieve that. So I'm happy to second what has gone on, or second the proposal.
Thank you very much, Alderman Anderson. Members, are we all agreed? Agree. Sorry, Kevin, you're looking in.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, it just really, we don't want this to be an open-ended exercise. So, if possible, could the members give a steer to Mr. Porter as to how long they consider is an appropriate time?
Well, suppose I make the suggestion. I'm not sure if there's a planning meeting next month, but indeed, by the very first planning meeting, I think that should be. If somebody could give you a steer before that, Kevin, you would know what to do with the application. Is that, as members agreed with that? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, members, that brings the end of that application for the time being. Okay, members, we're going to take a short adjournment for 10 minutes. It is now 18:24, so we'll be back at 25 to 7. So, Donnie, could you just pause the live stream, please?
Mr. Chair, that's us back live.
Thank you very much, Danny. Okay, members, we're on Appendix 5, and this is application number LA08/2019/1461/F. And I would ask Trudy Chapman, Senior Planning Officer, to present this report and PowerPoint presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members, the report has been circulated in advance of the meeting, but by way of summary, the application is before you this evening as it was called in by Councillor McElrath. If I could first draw your attention to an additional condition that should have been included in the report. It reads, no development shall commence until a site drainage plan has been submitted to and approved in writing by the Council. This plan shall include full details of the methods of surface water and foul sewage disposal for the site. The approved plan shall be implemented prior to the occupation of the first dwelling, and the reason is to ensure compliance with policy CTY 16 of PPS 21. Moving on, the proposal seeks full plan permission for the erection of 2 replacement dwellings. The dwellings to be replaced both meet the requirements of the SPPS and policy CTY 3 in that they both have all 4 external walls substantially intact and both exhibit the characteristics of a dwelling. The proposed dwellings will be 1.5-storey detached dwellings finished in smooth render with a natural slate roof. They'll have a ridge height of 6.1 metres from finished ground level. A new access will be created onto Navenport Road for one of the dwellings. The other will utilise the existing access onto Ballyhoy Road. A number of objections were received from the residents in 104 Navenport Road, and the concerns they raised have been considered in detail in the report. Officers, however, were of the view that given the separation distances involved, the objections did not warrant a refusal, nor would it be reasonable to seek amendments to the design. I can advise the consultation responses were favourable, and officers are of the opinion that the proposal meets all the requirements of the SPPS and all other relevant policies. Officers therefore recommend that members grant planning permission subject to the conditions set out in the report. And if we could just move to the PowerPoint, please. So this is our location. We are just west of Armagh City itself. Next slide. This is our application site. So we have our 2 existing dwellings to be replaced outlined in red. The objector, sorry, as you can see there is just to the left on the screen there, number 104. Next slide, please. This is an aerial photograph of the site in the wider area. The next one, please. And this is a close-up showing the relationship, as I say, between the 2 dwellings and the objector's dwelling. Next slide, please. This photograph is taken from the entrance onto Ballyhoy Road. Looking north, you'll see that both sides of the road there is a good height of mature vegetation. Next slide, please. Now, this is the photograph taken looking directly at number 100. Now, 102 is more overgrown, but as you can see, it exhibits all the characteristics of a dwelling house. Next slide, please. These are taken from within the site from various angles. As you can see, all 4 walls are substantially intact with window door openings, and at that time, the roof was intact. Next slide, please. These are further dwellings from different angles. Sorry, photos of the dwellings from different angles. Next slide, please. This is taken from further along Navenport Road, looking along the frontage of the site. As you can see, part of the site frontage is overgrown. Next slide, please. Now, these were taken as a senior officer. I go out to look at most sites before I bring them before committee, and at this point, the roof had been removed from the site. This was taken on the 21st of April. Next slide, please. This is taken from Ballyhoy Road again. This shows the existing garage. Now, at this angle, the rear return of the dwelling would be along just to the front of where that garage is. This access will be used for that replacement dwelling. Next slide, please. Now, this shows the separation distances between number 104 and 102, which would be the closest dwelling. As I say, 104 is the dwelling that had objected. Officers are of the opinion that the separation distances involved here are significant. And in addition, we have the 2 mature hedgerows. Now, we don't have any control over what the objector does with his hedgerow, but we have included a condition requiring that the applicant's hedgerow is maintained along that western boundary at a height of 2 metres, which means that we can be assured that that will offer privacy both for the proposed occupiers and for the existing occupier of 104. In addition, we did note at the time that these houses could have been renovated and they could have put an extension out, which would have had gable windows in it at the same time. And we were mindful of that. Our view is, mind you, that the separation distance and I say the retention of that boundary also provides privacy for the proposed occupiers of this dwelling. Next slide, please. These photographs are taken from within 104, so it gives you an idea of the setup within their site. These photographs are showing that the rear of the property, the rear annex that he refers to in his objection, and their existing garage. Next slide, please. And these are taken looking towards the application site. Next slide, please. And these are taken from slightly further over again, looking towards the application site. Next slide, please. This was taken when the original case officer first visited the site. This is taken from the gable elevation of the existing dwelling, and you can just see the roof of number 104 in this one. And the next slide, please. This was when I was out on the 21st of April, so that the hedgerow has matured somewhat since then, and you can't see the house at all at this point. Next slide, please. These are the proposed elevations. Both dwellings will be of the same design. Next, and these are the floor plans and sections. Next slide, please. These are contextual elevations. So the bottom one shows you the relationship between the proposed dwellings and the objector number 104. Next slide, please. And this is our proposed layout, which shows the positioning of the two dwellings. And that should be us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trudy. Members with us this evening is Councillor Thomas O'Hanlon to make representation in support of the application. Thomas, you're very welcome to May's meeting of the Plan Regulatory Services Committee. Thomas, as an elected representative, you will have 5 minutes to speak. The clock should be on your screen and it won't start until you begin to speak. So in your own time, Thomas, thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and I don't think I'll need the 5 minutes, but thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening. And as you've indicated, I'm here in support of the application. Can I begin by offering an apology on behalf of the applicant's agent? He was unable to attend this evening and I've been asked to speak on his behalf and on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Chairman, this is a straightforward application for replacement of two dwellings. As Ms. Chapman has outlined, they meet the policy tests set out in PPS 21 and the SPPS. And for this reason, the case officer's recommendation of approval and this has been upheld when revisited by the senior planner in advance of tonight. The buildings remain in good order, although as indicated by the senior planner, since the application was recommended for approval on the delegated list, the roof has been removed. The roof contained asbestos, and a contractor specialising in the removal of hazardous materials has professionally removed the material. Mr. Chairman, these buildings are in such a condition that they could have easily been extended and modernised in their own right. However, in this case, the applicant has sought to replace them with modern and modest dwellings, and they're in keeping with other developments along the Navanfort Road. I do note the third-party objection to the application indicated concerns about overlooking from the ground floor window. However, in the case officer's recommendation, and as you've just heard, that the separation distance is more than sufficient, and this should not be an issue. And also, as you have seen from the photographs, the neighbouring property and indeed the site is surrounded by mature hedging and is separated from the dwellings to be replaced by a public road. In addition to that, the senior planner has referred to two conditions, one in relation to the retention of the hedgerow along the western boundary to be retained at 2 metres, and the applicant is content with that. There's a second condition in relation to the submission of a drainage stroke sewage plan, and again the applicant is agreeable to that as well. In that, I believe that it would be unreasonable for officers to bring forward a recommendation for anything other than approval, or indeed to seek design changes to the proposal before you this evening. I would therefore respectfully ask the committee to uphold the professional recommendations of both the case officer who initially viewed the site and then indeed the senior planner and agree to the approval. And I'd ask that the application is not unduly delayed any further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Hanlon, and you're well within your time there. Okay, members, we're moving into questions. So if members have any questions for Trudy or indeed Councillor O'Hanlon, now's the time. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, I think as usual, the report's well detailed in relation to, you know, the sort of the information. Trudy, in relation to, like, obviously the existing dwellings are semi-detached, and these are two detached. That is that in your sort of, you know, you're happy enough that is still within policy? Are you judging that obviously each of the semi-detached is a dwelling in their own right, and therefore each of the detached is a replacement for either part of the semi-detached?
Trudy, go on ahead.
Thank you. Yes, each individual dwelling is considered to fall within the criteria required by CTY3. So it's an individual house for an individual existing house, if that makes sense. And we don't have any issue with replacing the two of them with detached houses. They're both of a very similar form, and in terms of the character of the site, they're acceptable.
Thanks, Trudy.
Councillor McAlinden.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Trudy. Trudy, could you give more information on the separation distance between sites, please?
Thank you, Councillor McAlinden. Yeah, it's somewhere in the region of 34.5 metres between the rear elevation of number 104 and the closest of the proposed dwellings. In the countryside location, there isn't any guidance on this, but you'll know from our experience with housing applications in the town, we're looking at a sort of a 10 metre for each. So this is well over that. We are also mindful that there is a public road in between them, and we do have the existing mature vegetation, which of course we've asked to retain as part of the conditioning of it. So as I say, somewhere in the region of 34.5 metres between them.
That's great, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Lowry.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Trudy, for outlining the report. Just a quick question, Chair. It says the reason why it's at committee today is because it was called in by Councillor McElrath. So I just want to know, did Councillor McElrath give any indication why it was being called in to yourself, Trudy, through the Chair, or anything like that? Thank you.
Yeah, Trudy, go on ahead.
Thank you. The call in at the time was on behalf of the objector so that their objections could be voiced in front of the committee.
Thank you, Trudy, for that clarification. Councillor McLaren.
Yes, Chair. I guess following on from the answer that Trudy's given, and thank you for the presentation. I guess the half dozen points on the third party representations, I guess officers are reasonably are broadly happy that those have been all dealt with fairly satisfactorily. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Trudy.
Yes, Councillor McLennan, we wouldn't have made a recommendation on the delegated list had we not been confident that we had addressed all those, and we certainly wouldn't be before you this evening if we weren't confident of that. We are believe that it's well within the policy, and that there is no reason to recommend refusal on the basis of the objections raised.
Thanks, Trudy.
Thank you. Okay, members have no further lights on, so I will now move on to debate and decision. So I'm in your hands, members. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chairman, I think, you know, obviously, as I said, the report, it's pretty much there, all the detail, and I think that, you know, there's no first floor windows, you know, over, you know, towards the bungalow. So I think in general, I'm happy to propose, Chair, the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. And like yourself, you know, even the conditions around the hedges and that there, you know, does provide that bit of a reassurance. So, Councillor Lavery.
Yeah, Chair, I would agree with what Councillor Nicholson's just said there. He said it all, and with yourself. So if that's proposal's been accepted, I'd be happy to second that proposal to accept the recommendation to approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. Okay, members, are we all in agreement? Yes, brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, then we move on to Appendix 6, and this is application number LA08/2021/0221/F. And I would ask Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present this report, please.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant has submitted a Section 54 application to vary Condition 10 of Planning Permission LA08/2016-1150F, and the reason it's before the Planning Committee is because it's a condition that is related to a major application. Condition 10 states the erection of fencing for the protection of any retained tree shall be undertaken in accordance with approved plans and particulars before any equipment, machinery or materials are brought onto the site for the purposes of the development, and shall be maintained until all equipment, machinery and surplus materials have been removed from the site. The applicant wishes to revise the conditions so that the erection of fencing for the protection of any retained tree shall be undertaken in accordance with the phasing plan. The variance sought will still provide the protective fencing for any retained tree within the site. However, this is proposed on a phasing basis in line with the construction activity as set out in the phasing plan. The applicant wishes to commence work on site to enact the plan permission. However, they're not in a position to complete the development at present. This proposal will enable the applicant to erect fencing for the protection of any retained tree at the first phase of the construction, so they can bring on the required machinery to commence development, but not require them to erect fencing throughout the whole site at present. You will note within the report there has been a written representation to the proposal as outlined in the addendum report. The extant plan permission has established the principle of development on this site, and a Section 54 application is not a means to revisit the principle of the development again. Officers are of the opinion that this variation is acceptable on the grounds that there will be no adverse impact on the retained trees, and the phasing strategy allows the protection of these trees during each stage of the three-phase build as proposed. Let's take it through the presentation. It just shows the location of the site in the general area, so it's the northwest of Guildford. And that just shows the aerial view of the proposed site. So the majority of the trees are to the rear of the site. However, you can see there's a number of them to the front of the site too. Next slide, please. That's the site location plan that is submitted with the application, and it outlines the entire site, and that's the site in which 36 dwellings were approved. Next slide, please. That's the site layout approved under the application. So is the access in off the road, open space, and then the various dwellings scattered throughout. Next slide, please. And that's proposed phasing plan. So the green is phase 1, and then the purple is phase 2, and the yellow is phase 3. So this will allow them, I suppose, to commence works on the initial buildings to the front of the site, and then as it go into phase 2, it'll have to put up the erection of fencing, and again with the phase 3. So instead of putting protective fencing around the entire site, they may not get to there to some time and years later that could fall, and indeed protective fencing around trees can actually prohibit their growth if not looked at in a suitable manner. I do believe that's it, Ruth. Oh, sorry, that's image 1 of the site at present. You'll probably note from the correspondence and the additional written representation received on Monday and responded to this morning that they have initiated the approval by putting in their access. So the previous planning permission allowed for the removal of part of the stone wall to allow access into it, and just as opposed to keep the site from any potential antisocial behaviour, they have constructed that closed border fence at present. Next slide, please. And that just gives an image sort of down the street as well, and that's the site in behind that. And that's just further into the site to show the front where the wall has come away, and then existing gates on the side to the side, of the side to the side. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much. Sinead, And as members of Sinead alluded to there, that we did have a written representation and objection to the application from Mr. Patrick O'Donnell. So, okay, members, if members have any questions for Sinead, just bear in mind we're not discussing the principle of development again. It's about varying of a condition. So, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, my question is obviously just to clarification in relation to Mr. O'Donnell's submission. He alleges that there's a preservation order on Dumbarton House extends to the curtilage of the property, and obviously the removal of that stone wall, Sinead, would be part of that curtilage. Can you just clarify, obviously in the original planning approval that was granted, to remove that wall, and that, this was all taken into consideration at the time? Thanks, Chair.
Yes, it's through the Chair. Dumbarton House and its curtilage, it is a listed building. And as part of the 2016 application, consultation was carried out by the Historic Environment Division, which they had no objections, and indeed that access way did necessitate part of the removal of that stone wall. In addition to that, Mr. O'Donnell himself has been liaison directly with the Historic Environment Division, who have also liaised on with our our enforcement team, and they've considered it and out and looked at it, and indeed what has been done is in accordance with what was approved under that 2016 plan approval. Councillor.
Thank you, Sinead. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McAlinden.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, it's something similar to Councillor Nicholson had asked. Sinead, is there any TPOs in any of the trees?
Yes, there is, Councillor. I'm just trying to get the exact number for you. There are 97 trees in total, of which we've granted 6 of them to be removed, and 60 of them are protected by a tree preservation order. Notwithstanding that, their fencing is for the protection of all retained trees, so not just those that are covered by the tree preservation order. So hope that addresses the
thank you.
question.
Thank you. Okay, members, I'm not seeing any further lights for questions, so I'll move on to debate and decision, please. So, members, I'm in your hands. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, like obviously, as you've said yourself, we're here to discuss the change of condition, and I suppose in my eyes, it makes sense from a development point of view to give the developer an opportunity to make a start, and then as Sinead has already said, that the fencing, in the phase 1 is not required to the same level as what was in the original approval. So, it pretty much makes sense to me, Chair. I'm happy to propose it now if you'll take our proposal to accept the recommendation, and thanks, Sinead.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor McAlinden.
Yes, Chair, happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McAlinden. Members, are we all agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Okay, members, we're going to move on to Appendix 7, but just give Sinead a wee second to get her papers there in order, because she needs doing 2 or 3 applications in a row here. So you just give us a thumbs up, Sinead, when you're ready, with no rush.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, this is Appendix 7, application number LA08/2019/0914/F. And again, I'll ask Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present this report, please.
Thank you, Chair. The application's full planning permission for residential development comprising 55 dwellings and associated infrastructure, public open space and landscaping. And the reason it's before the Planning Regulatory Service Committee is because it's a major application. As detailed within the report, the site is located within the development limits on land identified as for education and associated open space, and moreover, specifically land identified for St. Teresa's Primary School. The new school on which the site was zoned for has already been developed on an alternative site on Terry Lane, which was the existing school site. You will note from the report that the roads infrastructure were approved under Plan Application 2007. However, in 2012, the Education Authority chose not to build on this site and instead built on their existing school site, which is within the rural area. During the processing of planning application 2013-0320F for the erection of 5 two-storey dwellings and day nursery, a letter from the then Department of Education stated that this land is no longer required. The Department of Education have again confirmed under this application that this land is no longer required for the purposes identified within the plan. Taking all of the above into consideration, the correspondence from the Department of Education and reconfirming the school proposal land is not required, coupled with the residential plan permission history adjacent to and within the same zoning of this site, these are considerable strong material considerations that support the principle of developing this site for residential purposes. The design, layout and impact on residential amenity have been assessed in the report. As confirmed therein, officer of the opinion that the proposed development will create a quality and sustainable residential environment. A traffic supporting statement has been submitted in support of this application. The proposal seeks to use the existing access off Craigavon Road, which was granted plan approval under N 2007-0012F. The layout has been designed to promote low traffic speeds through the use of speed control bands. This will help minimise pedestrian and vehicular conflict and promote low traffic speeds. In summary, DFI Roads have considered the information provided by the applicant and have determined that the proposal to use the existing access onto the Craigavon Road does not prejudice road safety or significantly inconvenience the flow of traffic. Officers can confirm that a drainage assessment has submitted with the application and Rivers Easy have assessed it and do not raise any objection. In consultation with shared environmental services, officers have assessed the potential impact of this proposal on designated sites. A final construction environmental plan will be submitted by the applicant or appointed contractor to planning for consultation and agreement prior to commencement of any works within this site. And this will include appropriate mitigation measures to prevent any adverse impacts on any European site. Officers in consultation with Nolan and Water have confirmed that receiving wastewater treatment works has sufficient capacity for this proposal. Having regard to the above and after undertaking a policy assessment and planning balancing exercise, officers are content that the proposal does not offend any policies within the 2010 Craigavon area plan. Officers also attach significant weight to the proposal's compliance with policy set 1 in the overall planning exercise. As such, officers are of the opinion that development would not significantly prejudice the implementation of the local development plan's objectives and policies in light of the whole plan. There have been no third-party objections to this proposal. Officers have taken into consideration all other material matters raised in response to consultation and publicity. Any material harm the development would potentially give rise to can be offset against the conditions proposed. On this basis and subject to the conditions attached, it's recommended the flood plan permission be granted. And taking through the presentation. This shows you the site that's to the North Lurgan end of Lurgan. Next slide, please. And that's an aerial view of the proposed site. The land to the north and the northwest is all lying within the rural area. Next slide, please. And that's the site location plan as submitted. And that's the proposed layout. So there is quite a generous area of open space, and you'll probably note from in the report the garden sizes are in excess of what we would probably be looking for under creating places. So quite generous backyard spaces. Next slide, please. That's an example of the proposed house types. And again, this is the semi-detached house types. And that's proposed PSD drawing. So you'll note that the existing access way from the Craigavon Road is in place, and that's been adopted, and this will be an adopted route off that. Next slide, please. That's shows sections through the site. So the area in the centre of the site rises quite considerably, and to allow for a usable area of open space within the central area of the site, so to make it a much more quality and usable area of open space, the developer seeks to remove the area of the mound in the centre of the site. On the next slide, I just made those sections a wee bit more clear for you because I know it is quite a large image. That blue arrow is actually the internal road access at present, and so the development will be to your right hand side as you come in off the Craigavon Road, and you can see from section CC the area of mound to be cleared, but then level off into the joining land to the rear, in which they have a 10 to 11 metre wide landscape buffer that will depict the edge of the urban area to that of the rural area. Next slide, please. proposed boundary treatment. So all elevations or boundary walls that you can see will be a wall. The internal ones, which will be out of the public view, will be a closed border fence, and there'll also be black railing in around the open space area to protect it, and the trees are proposed throughout the site as well. Next slide, please. That's just a view of the new St Teresa's School and part of the site, the extent planning permission for the crash. So that is actually as you come in off the Craigavon Road, you're looking right and you can see sort of the area of the school, and the area straight in front of you, that's the area which the crash has been granted planning permission under that 2013 plan approval. Next slide, please. And that's just moving on up again. So the area to the right is the crash, and then our development under this application will start at the west there. Next slide, please. And that's just taken straight from the site. So that just is a look over the centre of the site where the proposed development will be. Next slide, please. That just shows existing infrastructure. There's a 4 metre wide footpath area there. And that just shows existing houses up that has been constructed at the far side. And that just goes that you'll see that there is a planning condition proposed to retain the existing mature trees at the site, and that's those just there, in which bat surveys not were carried out in relation to any impact on that, and they're all to be retained, and that's conditioned appropriately within the report. That's just view 5 of the area of the extent planning permission for 5 dwellings. So they haven't been completed as yet, but the base of them has been in. Next slide, please. That's it. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, Sinead. Members, with us today is Mr. Michael Graham from WYG Planning to make representation in support of the application as the agent. Michael, you're welcome back. So, Michael, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The clock should be on your screen, and it won't start until you begin to speak. Thanks. Michael, in your own time. I can't actually see Michael, so I'm not sure if he's muted. Oh, there you are now.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee, for affording us the opportunity to address you. I'm Michael Graham, Chartered Town Planner and Director of WYG Planning. I represent the applicant, Mr. Campbell, and I have with me Mr. Paul McCreanor of McCreanor & Company Architects, who is the project architect. Obviously, we're very pleased that the Planning Department has recommended approval. I'd like to thank the officers for their efforts in progressing this up to a positive determination. The application is for residential development, 55 dwellings, 35 detached, 20 semi-detached, along with the infrastructure, open space, landscaping, etc. Its density is in keeping with that found in the immediate surrounding area, good mix of house types, and it will create an attractive and sustainable place to live. It includes a main area of public open space in the middle of the site, which creates an accessible, usable area for future residents. There's a substantial planted buffer at the defensive edge between the open countryside and the scheme's western side. The vehicular and pedestrian access already exists. It was delivered via previous planning permission in 2007, which delivered that part of the spine road. The architectural style and palette of materials of the house types will deliver a quality residential development wholly suitable and appropriate to this location. It provides house type to meet market demand. The residential use is entirely appropriate for the site and will complement its adjoining land uses. Within the Craigavon area plan, the site sits entirely within what is known as the school proposal land on map 5, which was specifically identified for St Teresa's primary school. The CAP confirms that it's a proposal common, not a plan policy, that this school proposal land was for provision of the new St Teresa's. We now know that St Teresa's has since been developed on an alternative site on Tarry Lane to the north. Excuse me. The school proposal land has already been subject to planning permission for residential use in a creche. The Department of Education has confirmed and reconfirmed under this application it's no longer required. And as per sections 45.1 and 6.4 of the Act, material considerations outweighing the plan, etc., that the material considerations would outweigh the Craigavon area plan, and the correspondence from the Department of Education that is not required, coupled with the residential planning permission history on it, are very strong material considerations to support granting it. whilst the proposal is non-compliant and the proposal, not a plan policy, I'd say in light of the whole plan, we agree with the council officer's assessment that in principle residential development is acceptable. And when you weigh it all up against all of the policies, it meets policy set 1 of the plan, it meets the plan's objectives and plan policies, and it also meets PPS 2, 3, 8, 12, 13 and 15 revised, and the policies of QD1, PPS 7 and LC1 second addendum, and creating places in DCAN 8. And I take this opportunity to thank the Planning Committee for the opportunity to speak. We trust that members will agree that planning permission ought to be granted, and we're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Members, as Michael alluded to, we have Mr. Paul McCrainer from McCrainer Company Architects with us also this afternoon, and Paul has speaking rights for clarification. Sorry. Okay, members, we're moving to members' questions. So if you have any questions for Sinead, Michael or Paul, now's the time. Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Sinead and for Michael for speaking. I think the report's fairly comprehensive. I just have a wee quick question. It was in relation to the speed control bans that were mentioned. So one thing I was having a look at, whether the application site did contain, those speed bumps that you could find in some housing estates these days. I'm assuming that because it has the speed control bans, it doesn't have the bumps. So maybe if the agent or yourself, Sinead, want to talk about the theory behind the bans and how they would reduce speed, because it is a good wide road coming into the development there, going off to Cherrywood and then into new development, so they're assumed be well used by cars. Just give some background on that, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lavery. Sinead, are you best placed to take this?
I think maybe Mr. McCrainer is the architect. I know he. Sorry, Mr. McCrainer.
Yes, I'm happy to clarify that. There's the road that was granted back in 2007 did contain a number of a speed control band at the junction where the crash is accessed, and the geometry and the configuration of the remainder of the large sweep does control the speed of the traffic as it goes through. Within the actual planning application site, the use of speed control bands around the central open space area keeps the traffic slow because of the children playing there. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Members, have any further questions? Councillor McAlinden.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Sinead, Paul, Michael. In relation to the open green space, Sinead, I know in the past, whenever sites are almost at the completion stage, the developer will come in, maybe chances are to get another few houses in the open space. Can we get guarantees that that'll be protected? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. It's a good question. Basically, now that we have looked at that as open space, any future application will have to be assessed against planning policy OS1 of PPS 8, and you probably will recall that there is a favorable consideration for the retention of open space unless it's outweighed by substantial community benefit. So in that basis, we'll be looking at as a zoned open space area more or less now going forward. So it'll be protected under the policy OS1 of that in that regard.
Thanks, Sinead.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And as I say, it's a very comprehensive report, and it seems to tick all the boxes in relation to all the policy. Sinead, just in relation to the former zoning, I think Michael sort of talked about, just to give a bit more detail in that, it was previously zoned for educational use, and obviously now it's in for residential. Is that sort of compliant with sort of policy within sort of area plan, in relation to distribution of services, etc.? I appreciate that the primary school is built on its existing site, and primary schools need pupils, and you need houses in order for families, and it's all a. But just give us a wee bit more sort of detail on the sort of the way that, you know, obviously you considered obviously from the zoning of educational now to residential. Thank you.
Yeah, to the chair. It's a very good question. It's quite unusual, councillor, and the reason that it's not zoned educational use for general education use. It's an area that is zoned specifically for St Teresa's Primary School, and that was because when the application or when this plan was beginning to be adopted, St Teresa's Primary School was awarded capital funding, and the Craigavon area plan envisaged, and we're aware of that. So to ensure that actually that school could be delivered, they then provided this zoning specifically for St Teresa's Primary School. But when it came to designing the school itself, they realised they actually could physically build the site or the new school on their existing site, which they were preferred to be retained, and with all the existing or with all the amenities they require. There is another plan policy in the Craigavon area plan, and it's plan policy COM1, not to confuse you, but that is the general policy for educational uses in general, and that would have favourable consideration would be given to educational uses in the development limit in general, as long as not in zoned industrial land. So it's a plan policy. This particular zoning is not a plan policy, it's a proposal. Its land was set aside in case the St Teresa's Primary School needed it after it was realised it had been awarded capital funding. So it is quite unusual, and I do realise that.
Thanks, Sinead.
Councillor Toman.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for letting me in. Yes, no, the applicant and the agent certainly has ticked all the boxes with this application. But I just want to follow on from Councillor Lavery. Just for clarity, just condition number 11 is in relation to speed tables identified on this plan along the existing access road. Just looking to know where they are, because I am concerned, you know, that it is nearby a school and there's a planning permission that there is a crash going to be in the area. So just a wee bit more clarity on condition 11. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Toman. Sinead, it is our condition, so I bring you in.
Yeah, no, it's a general the private streets determination, a condition that road service would recommend that it put on anyone that's required for adoption. So in light of that, they would add anything above and beyond to make sure it was delivered, so that I suppose the full completion of the road works were carried out prior to the occupation of any development. So just to make sure that that has been delivered, that's sometimes there's an added bit onto that private streets determination. So any speed tables identified on that plan, which is 13B, which is the one I showed you, the red sort of plan, will have to be carried prior to the occupation of any house to make sure that the road wasn't left unfinished, so to speak.
Thank you, Sinead. Councillor Toman, yeah?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, members, I'm not seeing any further lights, so I assume that all the questions are finished, and we'll move on to debate and decision. So I'm in your hands, members. Councillor Lavery.
Yeah, I think as I said before, I think it was a fairly, it's a fairly comprehensive submission there, and would be leaning to accept a proposal to approve, given the fact that St Teresa's Primary School was already being able to develop on its own side and that it's doing well there. A couple of things I do want to highlight that I like about the application is that the developer has gone to a good extent to develop and will level that land in the sort of central open area, and you can already see in the application that naturally that's going to be a well-used site there for the children and so on of the potential development. Hence the question about the speed, and I like the addition of 152 additional trees, which will certainly provide additional greenery to the area, and also, as was mentioned by Sinead, the above average sort of size of gardens in that area, which will provide a boost in terms of the livability of the area and for residents in those dwellings. So I'd be content to propose we approve the recommendation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery, for the proposal. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, totally concur with that, Chair. And now there's a proposal, I'll second it. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Toman, are you still looking in?
No, it's okay, Chair. Just I'm in support of the recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Toman. Members, are we all agreed with a proposal and a seconder to accept the recommendation? Agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, we're moving on to Appendix 8 and just want to check with Sinead. Do you need a few minutes, Sinead? Are you all right to keep going? You all right? And you ready to start? Yeah?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Brilliant. Okay, members, so we're moving on to Appendix 8, and this is application number LA08/2020/0902/F, and I'll ask Sinead to take us through this report, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The proposed development is for 2 retail units with associated car parking servicing. These units will replace units 4, 5 and 6 granted under planning permission Q 2006-1074. An extent of approval but yet not constructed. The reason is before the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee is because it's a major application. This is a proposal to amalgamate units 5 and 6 to provide 1 new retail unit to be occupied by Marks and Spencers, and unit 4 is proposed to be repositioned from that previously approved to avoid development over an underground pipe. Regarding the key site requirement, it restricts the use of Class A1 shops unless a factory outlet centre or a retail warehouse. The retail warehousing proposed for Unit 4 is compliant with the key site requirement, while the convenience retail unit within number 5 is not compliant with the key site requirement. As such, the proposal is part non-compliant with the key site requirements of this zoning. Looking at the plan to the round, however, it implies that future growth that cannot be accommodated within Banbridge Town Centre should be directed towards the Boulevard and the Bridgewater Park. However, it does not provide any policies for assessing out of town centre retail proposals. As such, a key consideration for this application in retail terms falls to be considered under the Strategic Plan and Policy Statement. Officers can confirm that sequential testing has been undertaken based on the approximate size, type and range of goods being proposed and was not based on the identity of the proposed occupant of the development. In terms of paragraph 6.280 and 6.281, the proposed site is sequentially preferable and there are no alternative sites in sequentially preferable locations in the proposal's catchment which will require the proposal to be refused. Officers accept there is a qualitative need for this proposed development. The proposal will draw about 14% of its trade from the town centre. This will equate to a diversion of approximately 1.46 million and will equate an impact of 5.4% on the town centre. The retail impact assessment notes that there is unlikely to be any impact in the town centre and none that will be classified as noticeable. The retail impact assessment and sequential assessment has been independently reviewed by TerraTech, who are here tonight for any questions on behalf of the council, who agree with the findings and observations of both the retail impact assessment and the sequential assessment. Officers consider the proposed design, layout and landscape treatment are appropriate to the townscape and are sympathetic to the surrounding environment in terms of siting, layout and landscape and SPPS Days 2 of the Plan Strategy for Rural Northern Ireland and the supplementary guidance in living places. The transport assessment form has considered the traffic implications likely to be generated by the proposed development, and the conclusions drawn are that the proposed access can meet the requirements of DCAN 15 and adequately serve this development. DFA Roads, the competent authority in these matters, have offered no objection to the proposal from a road safety aspect. A drainage assessment has been submitted. Within Bridgewater Retail Park, there's an existing storm sewer installed adjacent to the southern internal access road. Within the area of the site, drainage infrastructure will be installed adjacent to the internal access road along the western and southern boundaries, linking surface water runoff from areas of hard surfacing within the site to the proposed connection point, linking to the infrastructure to the site discharge point. The proposed development is therefore considered compliant with the requirements of PPS 15 policy FLD3. There's been no objections to this proposal and there has been one letter of support. In considering the letter of support, officers attach weight to Marks and Spencer's commitment to occupy Unit 5 if approved in relation to the retail impact of this proposal on existing town centres in the catchment. The store, if approved, would be the second largest in Northern Ireland, with Sprucefield being the largest. The applicant estimates that the proposed development will create over 40 new jobs within the M&S store and a further 10 jobs for the bulky goods retailer. The proposal will attract an estimated of 5.8 million to the Banbridge area. It is also considered the proposal will generate significant level of shopper interest in Banbridge, which will have clear positive economic impact for the town. Officers have considered and accepted the sequential assessment submitted, and there are no suitable, viable or available sites within Banbridge primary retail core or town centre. Officers are also content that no other sites exist within other settlements in the catchment. The agent has also submitted a retail impact assessment of need. This demonstrates that the proposal will not have a significant adverse impact on the vitality and viability of the existing town centres. Officers have taken into consideration all other material matters raised in response to the consultation and publicity. Any material harm the development potentially gave rise to can be offset by the conditions imposed. On this basis and subject to the condition attached, it is recommended that full planning permission be granted. Taking through the PowerPoint. That just shows the areas to the south of Banbridge within the retail, the Bridgewater Retail Park. Next slide, please. Not just an aerial view of the proposed sites, so it's next to home bargains there and lakes and vacant land. Next slide, please. That's the site location plan. It looks like contrived, but the access road has to show to the public adopted road, and so the public adopted road is just south of the existing boulevard there. Next slide, please. That's proposed site layout. So there's the units there next to home bargains, and then the car parking to the front. Next slide, please. Proposed floor plans. Unit 4 has a small mezzanine floor, and then Unit 5 there is attached to it. Next slide, please. Proposed elevation treatment. So isn't similar to what's approved there at the existing time. Next slide, please. That's a proposed service yard arrangement into the back. So the arrangement that there is in line with the existing Tesco stores and home bargains at present time. So the access will be off the existing road that wraps around the back of the site. And in there'll be the existing car parking to the back. And then you can see the proposed car parking to the front of the site. Next slide, please. That's just the latest approved under Q 2006-1074. So you can see Unit 2 and 3 have been split into one for home bargains. This application will be Unit 4, 5 and 6. So that will take up those 3 units and then the car parking to the front. The red line in that site is just to give you an indication if that was the approved site for the park and ride. So it does not overlap any of the car parking spaces that's proposed under this. There's a separate distinct area of land. Next slide, please. And that's just MH1, just taken from internal. So you can see the Tesco store there. There's a vacant retail unit to the south of the Tesco at present, and then to the north is home bargains, and then the site. Next slide, please. So that just shows you what I suppose the architectural style that's being proposed is similar to that of home bargains at present. And that's just the site was just going to sit beside it, and then the car parking is going to be proposed to the front. Next slide, please. So that's the site there you can see. So it's sort of like a coarse gravel at the minute, and the car parking will be provided adjacent to that. And that's just an indicative image. The proposal is supposed to give you an understanding, because I'm aware the elevation treatment didn't come in too well, but that's sort of a computer generated visual image for you to show what it's going to be look like if approved. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, Sinead. Okay, members, we're moving into questions. If members have any questions for Sinead, and just to make you aware, we've got Mr. Eamon Lockery from Inaltus Town Planning, and Eamon is speaking rights for clarification purposes, and Michael did stay on as well, just if any people have any questions for any of them. So I'm in your hands, members. Councillor Nicholson.
Sinead, thank you for your report, and as usual, a lot of detail, and everything seems to be really well considered and covered. The only question I would have, Sinead, would be just give us a wee run over that sort of. I know that there's a park and ride facility within this, which is for a Game of Thrones. I'm near certain. Is that the one you're referring to in relation to what was approved for the park and ride? And just give us a wee an overview of where it is in relation to this development. Just don't fully haven't fully, that's not just clear to me. If you just give us a wee bit more detail. Thanks.
I wonder if Ruth could take me up maybe the presentation of the previous layouts. Ruth, maybe it could be a bit easier for me to try to explain for you, councillor, as best I can. Yeah, that one. Yeah, the pink sort of. Yeah, slide 10, please, Ruth. Yeah. So I just thought maybe this would come up just in case it confuse you. So if you Unit 2 and 3 at present time is home bargain. So that's been split and it's one unit now for home bargains. This application will sit on the site of 4, 5 and 6. So 4, 5 and 6, and then the car parking to the front of that, right out to that pink line and down to the bottom of that pink line is a car parking for this application. The area outlined in pink, if you can see it, I know it's quite faint. That is the area of the parking right. It overlaps Unit 11. That's where the wee office kiosk is going to be, and that car parking. So basically, it's going to take up the rest of the car parking available that was approved for Unit 7, 8, 9, 10 and partially 11. But you may recall, if your memory is good, that we, under the park and ride application, required the completion of a Section 76 planning agreement. And the reason behind that was that those units 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cannot be constructed or occupied until alternative provision is provided for car parking. So that's why that Section 76 agreement was critical to us at that time. It's just to ensure, because of an extant plan approval, that the developer wouldn't go ahead and construct 7, 8, 9 or otherwise, and then you would have a potential shortage of car parking up there. So maybe hopefully that explains it, councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Sinead. That makes it more clear. Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Yes, Chair, thank you, and thank you, Sinead, for the presentation. And I guess it's a follow-on from Councillor Nicholson in terms of, I assume that when the DFI roads have given their approval, that it has been taken into account the potential for both this development and the Game of Thrones development that was mentioned by the previous speaker, and that they, as the competent authority, are happy that the infrastructure for getting vehicles and people in and out of that overall site is quite adequate and sufficient. Thank you, Sinead.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the chair, Councillor McLennan, because the park and ride application is an approval, it's a committed development, and that was taken into consideration in the overall assessment. Basically, there is a fallback position here as well for the applicant to construct 3 bulky retail warehousing, and the traffic generated to this proposal will actually be slightly less than what potentially could go ahead with 3 retail warehousing up and run it. So they have a sort of a fallback position as well, and the traffic report submitted demonstrates that this actually has a slightly less traffic generation than what potentially could have been built here without coming through the planning system at all.
Thanks, Sinead. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McLennan. Members, have any further questions? I'm not seeing no light, so I assume that we're all content. In that case, we'll move on to debate and decision. So, members, again, I'm in your hands. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, as I said before, a very comprehensive report, and I think, as usual, from Sinead, and I think we've had our questions answered. So, look, I'm happy to propose, Chair, the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor McLennan.
Yes, Chair, I'm happy to second the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLennan. Councillor Toman, are you looking in?
It's okay, Chair. Just all my concerns had been addressed with the previous questions, so I didn't want any adverse impact in relation to car parking spaces with the Game of Thrones. It's attracting thousands of pounds in terms of tourism to the town, and it's much welcome as well. So those questions have been answered. Thanks.
Thank you. That's a valid point. Okay, members, the recommendation has been proposed and seconded. Are we all in agreement? Agreed. Thank you very much, members. And thank you, Sinead, for us 3 applications in a row. Well done. Okay, members, moving on then to Appendix 9, and this is application number LA08/2021/0263/A, and this is in relation to signage in Darkley Village. So I'd ask Trudy Chapman, Senior Planning Officer, to take us through this.
Thank you, Chair. The application seeks full permission for the erection of a historical information sign in Darkley, and the application is before you this evening as it has been submitted by the Council. The site consists of a piece of land at the junction of Darkley Road and Upper Darkley Road. The proposal seeks consent to erect a historical information panel constructed using steel framed posts and panelling painted black with gold lettering for Darkley Village, and panels which will provide historical information relating to the village. The signage is to stand 2.1 metres in height and 1.8 metres wide. It is considered that the proposal in terms of the scale, design and use of materials is sensitive to the character of the surrounding area and is therefore acceptable under DES 2 of the planning strategy. Transport NI has been consulted and has no concerns regarding any potential traffic implications. I can advise that no objections were received in relation to the proposal and all consultation responses were favourable. Officers are of the opinion the proposal meets the requirements of policy and recommend that members grant consent subject to the conditions outlined in the report. And I'll just take you through the slides, please. So we're right in Darkley itself. And this is the location of the sign. It's at literally at the junction of the Upper Darkley and Darkley Road. Next one, please. That's an aerial photograph to give you an idea of where we are in the village. Next, please. And this is taken directly at the site. So approximately where you see the blue bucket is where the sign will go. Next, please. This is taken from the other angle, from the Darkley Road looking west towards the Upper Darkley Road. And the next slide should be from the other side. As you can see, with the Banbridge junction, we did have consultation from DFI Roads and they had no objections given the sighting of the sign. Next slide. And this is our layout. As you can see, the sign is going right up against that existing fence. And it is quite small and unobtrusive, so roads were content that it wouldn't have any adverse impact on traffic movements. And that should be the last one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trudy. Members, have any questions or queries for Trudy on this? Obviously, I personally know the area very well, and it wasn't a concern, but Trudy did raise it there, but just, because we're at a junction and, just making sure that traffic can see down the main road into the village would have been my only concern with that's been addressed. And is there any questions, members? I'm not seeing no lights, so I assume everyone is content enough. So I'll move into debate decision. So I suppose I'm happy enough if you are. I'd propose a recommendation, members. Councillor Lavery.
Yeah, Chair, happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Members, we all agreed? Great, thank you very much. Okay, then we're moving on to Appendix 10. This application number LA08/2021/0311/F, and again, I'll ask Trudy to take us through this report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, this application is before you this evening because it's been submitted by the Council. The site is located within an existing recreation area in the Cathedral Road in Armagh. It seeks full planning permission for the erection of a children's play park. It's proposed that the existing play park at the recreation centre will be removed and returned to grass. There are 12 pieces of play equipment proposed, and these will cater for a range of ages and abilities. The proposal also includes fencing, a seating area and a steel litter bin. The site lies within the Armagh Central area as zoned in the Armagh Area Plan and is a proposed active open space. Policy OS1 of PPS 8 states that development will not be permitted where it would result in the loss of open space. However, PPS 8 also defines children's play areas as open space, and therefore the proposal is not in conflict with this policy. Officers are of the opinion that the proposed fencing is in keeping with the existing fencing within the grounds of the recreation centre, and that the most visually significant aspect of the proposal will be the erection of the new play equipment. Officers consider that this site has a backdrop of mature planting and roadside banking, and the redevelopment will not adversely impact on the visual amenity nor detract from the character of the area. Officers can advise that Historic Environment Division were consulted due to the proximity of listed buildings, but raised no objections. Likewise, Environmental Health Department raised no concerns with regard to impact on neighbouring residential properties. Members are advised there were no third-party representations, and officers are content that the proposal accords with the area plan, the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies, and recommend the plan permission be granted subject to the conditions set out above. Thank you. If we go on to the slides. So we're right in the centre of Armagh this time. Next slide, please. This is our site location plan. So at the moment, the site is part of an existing, it says there tennis court, but it's a multi-use court. It's used for basketball, football, tennis. Next slide, please. This is the aerial photograph of the area. So you can just see the site, thank you very much, Ruth, just to the top of that existing playing field. Next slide, please. And that's the site that we're considering tonight is outlined in red. The one that's to be replaced is outlined in green. And that one will then, once this one is operational, be grassed over. Next slide, please. This photograph is taken from the entrance to the recreation centre. Next slide, please. You can just see beside the existing fence, and that's where the existing play park is. The car parking facilities won't change. There will be no alterations to that. Next slide, please. Sorry, close up of the play park this time. That's the one to be replaced. Next slide, please. This is the existing pavilion building, and our site's on the opposite side of that. Next slide, please. And this is taken from just outside the pavilion building. So where the play park will go is where that existing container is sitting on that existing tarmac area. Next slide, please. This is taken from a bit further down, so you can see that the existing courts are already fenced off as it is, and the proposal then is that this fencing will be continued around the new play park. Next slide, please. This is taken from the Cathedral Road looking down into the site. As you can see, there's a good band of mature trees along the road, and there is a bank, so we are of the opinion that the play park won't adversely impact on the street scene. Next slide, please. This is our proposed layout and the play equipment that is proposed. Next slide. That's our layout and an elevation to give you an indication as to the height of some of the pieces of equipment. Next slide, please. And again, this one's a bit closer up. It gives you an indication of what the fencing will look like. And that was, oh, sorry, last one, 3D image that gives you an indication as to what this will look like if it's completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy. Okay, members, any questions? This is a council application, so I suppose then I'll kick it off, Trudy, and I'm well aware of the history behind this and the support it has in the local community, but I suppose just ask a question around the play equipment itself. I'm not sure if you're aware, but is there equipment there for all ability, children, to be inclusive as possible?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there's a range of equipment. They range in ages from 2+. Some of them have, for instance, there's an accessible inclusive wheelchair. Some of them have pod swings. So all abilities have been provided for. There are also auditory sensory panels and tactile sensory panels as well included in it. So there's a wide range to cater for most, if not all, needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? Oh, not seeing any lights, so we'll move on to debate and decision. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, I think it's again another detailed report from the plan officer. I don't think there's much really there to question, so I'm happy to propose, Chair. As I say, you say yourself, I think it's a much better location for it and than where it is at the minute, which is very restricted. So I think it's going to be a great benefit to the local community, and we'll get good use. So absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair, agree with all that was said, and I'm happy to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Members, are we all in agreement? Agreed. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on then to Appendix 11, and this is application number LA08/2021/0329/F. And again, I'd ask Trudy to bring us through this report, please.
Thank you. Again, members, this one is before you this evening because it has been submitted by the council. Firstly, can I draw your attention to a typo in the report? In the site description section, we have referred to Market Street when it should have read Market Hill Road. So going on from that, the site consists of an area of existing open space at the junction of Market Hill Road and Mill Street in Tandragee. It's proposed to amend this to provide new paths, 2 circular paved areas, provision of seating, a 4.5 metre high heritage style pillar clock, 2 new planting beds, and there will be additional shrub planting around the 2 circular paved areas, and then 3 heritage style lighting columns are also proposed. It's considered that the proposal in terms of the scale, design and use of materials is sensitive to the character of the surrounding area and is therefore acceptable under policy. Transport NI have been consulted and has no concerns regarding potential traffic implications. The site also lies within the historic core of Tandragee. It is also in close proximity to the historic domain of Tandragee, and HED have advised that because we have recorded archaeological sites and monuments nearby, these are indicators that there may be a high archaeological potential for further previously unrecorded archaeological remains, which could be encountered within the application site. So they are content with the impacts of the proposal and advise that they're content that the proposal itself satisfies PPS 6 subject conditions, which relate to the agreement and implementation of a developer-funded programme of archaeological works. No objections were received in relation to the proposal, and all consultation responses were favourable. Therefore, officers recommend that the plan permission be granted as per the conditions outlined in the report. And if we just go to the slides. So again, we're right in the centre of Tandragee village. This is our site location plan, so we're at the junction of the 2 roads. And that's an aerial photograph of the site within the wider area. So this is down where the wee mini roundabout is that would take you out towards Clare. Next slide, please. Now, this one's a bit closer up. Our application site is the right-hand side of that area of open space to the centre of your slide there. Next slide, please. This is taken from Mill Street, looking straight down. Our area that is under consideration is the area to the left-hand side that is between the 2 footpaths. Next slide, please. Oh, something's gone badly wrong with that one. That photograph was meant to show you a panoramic, but for showing you Kirkside in the background. You can just about see the application site is to the right-hand side of that photograph. Next slide, please. That's a better one. This one is showing you from Market Hill Road, and that shows you the expanse of our application site. The small wall that you can see in the background, that then leads on to the section that isn't part of the application. Next slide, please. That one's compressed again, funny as well. That one, you can see just to the right-hand side, there is a mini roundabout, and this is showing you across to the planting beds that are existing at the moment. Next slide, please. This is the proposed pillar clock that is proposed for one of the circular paved areas. Next slide, please. This is the proposed seating, bin and paving materials to be used. And the next one, please. That's the proposed light. And the last one should show you the proposed layout. So this indicates the 2 paved areas. One will have the clock, as I say, in the centre of it. The rest of them will have benches around them and seating areas and then the bins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trudy. Okay, members, any questions? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's more in terms of a comment. I know sort of has been a long time coming. There's a fair phase of consultation, and I think then reissued consultation with the public in this regard. So I think you mentioned, Trudy, all responses back in terms of consultation were favourable. Any objections or any concerns raised with residents there in Kirkside? Could you confirm or?
No, the application site itself doesn't abut Kirkside, so from a planning application perspective, they wouldn't have been neighbour notified, but we put it out to the local press as per normal and we received no objections at all.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Trudy. Thanks, Chair. Trudy, are all the existing trees being retained that are there? It's just for clarification. It's not just, clear sort of in relation to, there's quite a few trees within that grass there, and some of them are quite well grown up, mature. So are they being retained just as part of this?
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. There are 3 large semi-mature trees and they are to be retained.
Thank you. Thank you. I suppose, Trudy, I have just a quick question on the pillar clock. Just is those things, is it are they vandal proof, or it's very unusual? It's a nice looking piece of equipment, so maybe it's not a question you can answer.
Truth be told, I can't answer it. But in saying that, it is overlooked by a number of houses and that road would be quite busy. So the chances of being vandalised, I would like to think, would be fairly slim.
Time will tell.
Fair enough. Councillor Lover?
Chair, there's no vandals in Tamdagee. Just a quick question. One thing we talk about when we talk about town centre redevelopment, and very much on the agenda, is active travel. I know we're talking about a very, very small confined site here. I was just looking to know, is there any, I see there's plans for seating and bins and as mentioned the clock, but don't see any plans for bike stands where anyone could rest their bike, because it seemed to be, would be a nice area to cycle to and to sit and have a look at the clock and so on, hopefully in an unvandalised state. But is that potentially included in any of the plans, or is that something that would have to, come back and revisit at a later time if permission is given? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. It's not proposed as part of this scheme. It is something, though, that if the scheme was implemented and that was something that was a need, it might be something that the council could actually provide under their permitted development rights at that stage.
Thank you, Trudy.
Thank you. Okay, members, I'm not seeing any further lights on questions, so we'll move into debate and decision. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, happy to propose. I think again, it's a well detailed report, and as I say, it's been well consulted on. So happy to propose the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, in the event of no other debate questions, happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lavery.
Yeah, happy to give my support to Chair. It's already been proposed in second, but maybe that's one thing in terms of the bike stands that could be considered at a later stage in council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Okay, members, are we all in agreement? Agreed. Thank you very much. Okay, members, moving on then. The next number of applications are discharges of condition. We'll start with Appendix 12. This application number LA08/2020/1265/DC, and I'll ask Kevin to take us through this.
Chair, just notice there Alderman Anderson and Councillor Duffy have their hands raised.
Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to declare that I was part of an application we received in relation to this application some time ago, and declare not particularly interested and not taking any further part in this particular.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Councillor Duffy.
Same here, Chair. Declared an interest way back in Game of Thrones and visiting that, so I'll cut the video off.
Thank you, gentlemen. Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The application seeks to discharge condition 17 on application number LAO 2019-1663. Effectively, condition 17 states that a final construction environmental management plan shall be submitted in writing and approved by the council prior to the commencement of any works herein granted, and shall be implemented in accordance with the timescale and details set out therein. The applicant submitted a written request to the council on the 3rd of November 2020 to discharge the condition. Included within the final construction environment management plan is, for example, a final wheel wash management plan, a final sediment management plan, a final noise management plan, a final dust management plan, and a final traffic management plan. Officers in consultation with DERA, Water Management Unit, Regulation Unit, and Shared Environmental Services have considered the information submitted, and on the basis are content to discharge condition 17 of the application such that the proposed development complies with the Habitats Directive, the SPPS, and PPS2 Natural Heritage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kevin. Members, if there's no questions, I'd like to seek a proposer and seconder, please. Councillor Nicholson.
Happy to propose, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. A seconder. Councillor Toman. Thank you. Members are all agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Okay, then moving on to Appendix 13, this application number LA08/2021/0052/DC. Again, Kevin.
Sorry, Chair, just through you, I see Councillor Lavery's just his hand raised.
Apologies, Chair. I just have to declare a non-pecuniary interest in this application, as a close family member of mine works in the school, so I won't be taking part in any of this discussion. Thank you.
No problem. Councillor Lavery. Sorry, and it was a wee bit quick. I should let those Councillor Duffy and Alderman Anderson back in that last time. Okay, Kevin, over to yourself.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, this application seeks to discharge condition number 8 and partially discharge, condition number 12 of application LAO 2018-1698F. Condition 8 effectively states a final construction environment management plan shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the council prior to the commencement of any works herein granted, and shall be implemented in accordance with the timescales and details set out therein. Condition 12 states that the development hereby permitted shall not commence until a detailed remediation strategy has been completed submitted to and agreed in writing with the council. The applicant submitted a written request to the council on the 11th of January 2021 to discharge condition 8 and partially discharge condition 12 of the application. Included within the final construction environment management plan is a drainage plan, a pollution control document, an emergency and environmental plan, a site waste management plan, a noise management plan, a soil management plan, and a generic quantitative risk assessment. Officers in consultation with DERA, Water Management Unit, Regulation Unit, and Shared Environmental Services are content that the information submitted is acceptable to discharge condition 8 of application LAO 2018-1698F. In relation to the partial discharge of condition 12, the development of Lismore Comprehensive School will be phased, with the new school being delivered in phase 1, followed by the decant and demolition of the existing school in phase 2. The phase 2 generic quantitative risk assessment submitted to discharge condition 10 of the planning approval did not identify any contamination on the proposed site for the new school, and as such a remediation strategy cannot be submitted at this stage. If unidentified contamination is however discovered during phase 1 of the works, then the works will stop and a detailed remediation strategy will be submitted to the council for agreement in writing before progressing the works. Phase 2, similarly in phase 2, if contamination is found, a detailed remediation strategy will be submitted to the council for agreement in writing before progressing the development associated with phase 2 in order to fully discharge condition number 12. So officers in consultation with DERA, Water Management Unit, Regulation Unit, Environmental Health Department are content that the information submitted is acceptable to discharge condition 12 insofar as it relates to phase 1 of the site. So officers in consultation with DERA, Water Management Unit, the Regulation Unit, and Shared Environmental Services and Environmental Health Department have considered the information submitted, and on that basis are content to discharge condition 8 and the partial discharge of condition 12, such that the proposed development complies with the Habitats Directive, the SPPS, and PPS2 Natural Heritage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, members, if there's no questions, I'll just take a proposer and seconder for that discharge of condition. Alderman Twyble proposed. A second. Thank you. The seconder, Alderman Wilson. Members are all agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Good. Councillor Lavery, you can come back in. Okay, then moving on to Appendix 14, and this is application number LA08/2021/0115/DC. And again, Kevin, to take us through this, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The application seeks to discharge conditions 17 and 18 under application LA08 2017-1070. Condition 17 states no site clearance or development activity shall commence until a lighting scheme has been submitted to and agreed in writing by the council. Condition 18 states that no site clearance or development activity shall commence until a badger mitigation plan is submitted to and approved in writing by the council and thereafter implemented. So the applicant submitted a written request to the council on the 19th of January 2021 to discharge conditions 17 and 18 of the application. The scheme has been designed ensuring any light spillage will be minimal and with the introduction of boundary fencing and landscaping. Therefore, officers in consultation with NED are content that the information submitted is acceptable to discharge condition 17. In relation to condition 18, an updated badger survey and badger mitigation plan was undertaken. The mitigation plan details the methodology of the closure of the outlier set under the Wildlife Northern Ireland Order 1985. The methodology will include the erection of 25-metre badger protection zones around the set entrances, and they're shown in the plan as required by condition 18. So the main set is off-site and is to be retained, which will negate the impacts of the proposed closure of the outlying set. And the main set will provide adequate shelter areas in which badgers can raise their young. So officers in consultation with NED have considered the information submitted and are content to discharge conditions 17 and 18 of LA08 2017-1070 such that the proposed development accords with the SPPS and PPS2. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kevin. And again, members, if there's no questions, I'll take a proposer and seconder. Councillor Duffy.
Just happy to propose, Chair, but one quick question. When you say close off the badger and close it, will there still be access for the badgers in and out of that area?
Kevin, do you want to quickly respond? Just can't hear you. Technical difficulties.
Sorry, just getting some confirmation there, Chair. The badger set's outside the outlier set.
Thank you. Content, Councillor Duffy?
Yeah, I know we just said it's closing it off, but I was just looking some clarity around that.
Yeah.
Maybe closing it off.
Alderman Anderson?
I'll be the second, Chair.
Chair, you're on mute.
Thank you for that, folks. Okay, Appendix 15 then is application number LA08/2021/0215/DC. And again, Kevin, last pictures.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the application seeks to discharge condition 9 of application LA08 2016-1228F. Condition 9 states that no piling work shall commence on the site until a piling risk assessment has been submitted in writing and agreed with the planning authority. The applicant submitted a piling risk assessment to the council on 10th of March 2021, obviously to discharge condition 9. Included within the piling risk assessment are 2 viable piling methods, rigid inclusions, ground improvement, and continuous flight auger. The piling risk assessment assesses the various pollution scenarios and potential mitigation based on the use of which was the rigid inclusions ground improvement at the application site. No mitigation measures are identified as being necessary. Officers in consultation with Dairy Regulation Unit have considered the information submitted and on that basis are content to discharge Condition 9 of application LAO8 2016-1228F such that the proposed development complies with the SPPS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kevin. Members, if there's no questions, I'd take a proposer and seconder. Alderman Anderson. Proposed and
No, I
seconded by.
propose the recommendation.
Thank you. And Alderman Wilson. Seconded. Thank you. Members all in agreement?
Agreed.
Okay, members, item 4 is any other relevant business. I don't have any. Just to say, folks, this is my last meeting and I'd like to, as chair, so I would like to thank, all our planning staff, Kate, our legal advisor, Sharon, our director, IT, and of course, member services. Without none of this would be possible. And to wish the incoming chair, I believe, giving away no clues as to who it is, but he says he's going to cycle to work just because he's big into active travel and he's going to lead by example and we're going to hold him to it. So all the best in the future, Councillor Councillor Laver. Sharon.
Thank you, Chair. And on behalf of the officer team, could I extend our thanks to you in your role as Chair over the last 12 months and look forward to welcoming the new incoming Chair as well. Thank you.
Here, here.
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to echo that as well. Thank you for all your help and support, and I'd like to welcome Councillor Lavery to the new role too.
Wait, the first street name and application comes up, Peter. You heard. So, Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. In all seriousness, I think you had a very difficult year of it, coming into the role and going straight into the Zoom meetings and having to chair everyone remotely. I know as well and plan to get an awful lot of speakers on every application. It can be quite hard at times, and you are quite lengthy meetings trying to keep track of questions. So I don't know whether we'll be back to face-to-face meetings next or whether we'll be continue on Zoom for a while. But I do want to place on record my thanks to you. I think you've done a fantastic job, and yeah, hopefully I'll keep the standard high if my party group leaders does select me next year, and we'll have to see about that lycra. Maybe I'll just walk in. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. And look, Louise keeps me right for all these meetings, folks. Without her, I'd be scrambling around here in the dark. So, Councillor Duffy.
Yes, just want to thank you and say you've done a great job, Chair, with plenty of technical difficulties, on everybody's computer, I'd say, right through the whole lot, and many a late meeting too. And it's handy for us sitting at home. We can just up and go, and you've a long drive as well as most of the planning staff there home after it. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks. And finally, Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, definitely. It has been a very interesting year for any chair in that regard, and I think all the challenges have been well met. In terms of this committee, it's probably one of the most onerous committees on council, with the level of paperwork and presentations and that, and credit to everybody involved in getting that all running so smoothly and with limited glitches. I think the lasting memory of Zoom when we leave it will be, you're on mute. I think this is the biggest phrase everybody's used to hearing. There'll probably be t-shirts printed with that next year or something. But I suppose one wee query, and it's only coming on the back of the meeting being brought forward by the week, and I know it had been a bit of an issue for a number of people. I had to do a wee bit of juggling with work on different things, and I'm sure everybody's been in the same boat. But if maybe through the chair, if he can answer, or Sharon, in terms of the ratification of this meeting, what's the procedure? Because I know we're going into this sort of cloudy period of whether we have cover or not in terms of the ratification of that. Is it normal practice that we'll wait to the end of the month, or will there be some other process? Given the fact we've had to pull it forward by the week, what's the thoughts on that? Just out of interest.
I'll bring in Sharon, Alderman Wilson, but I did outline at the start the 3 to 4 o'clock meeting. Roger has got delegate authority that was approved by council, but Sharon or even Kate, do you want to speak on the legislation?
Thank you, Chair. And I suppose just to highlight that members, there was a report brought to the April Council meeting that outlined that the regulations for the remote meetings were to change and expire on the 6th of May. So the Council had taken the decision that all committee meetings held in May, with the exception of this one, would be working groups, and the decisions arising from that can be taken under delegated by the Chief Executive where there's unanimous agreement. Obviously, the planning applications is a delegated matter anyway, so they're automatic from the 4 o'clock slot onwards. So hopefully that clarifies the point for you, Alderman Wilson.
And maybe just hopefully with some clarification around the legislation, Kate, then going forward, with fingers crossed. Yeah, we
Chair,
really don't know.
apologies. Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I haven't seen any draft legislation come through, so I'm in the dark as everybody else, but I'll obviously keep everyone updated and hopefully it will be imminent. Thanks.
Thank you. Watch the space. And finally then, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, I suppose on behalf of our group, I want to sort of wish you well. I say it's been a tough year with the Zoom being sort of foisted on you. Obviously, I was the last chair when you took over, and I know sort of how difficult it is even just in the meeting room. So I don't know, and I had the experience of doing a couple of Zoom meetings thanks to yourself nominating me during the year. So I know how difficult it is, and I have to say I commend you for the way you've ran the meetings, and of course then I wish our new chairman coming in, Councillor Lavery, I look forward to that. I have to say, I'll be writing plenty of notes and we'll give him a good experience in the chair, as I say, as we all have had. But look, I wish you well, and totally concur with your comments about the staff, be it member services, be it the planning services, be it legal. It's all part of the team, and as chair, like it makes your job a lot easier because you have got a good group behind you. One thing I just wanted to say, and I've texted Sharon tonight, just Sharon, if you can go back to me in that wee text in relation to that legal thing that came out on the end of April in relation to Zoom meetings. So I'd like a wee bit of information on that. But look, Chair, I wish you well, and I think that's enough. Okay, thank you.
Okay, folks, stay safe, and we'll see you at the next planning meeting. Thank you.
All the best.
Thanks.
Bye.
All the best.
Night,
Thank you.
members.
Good.